cause a pig is a cop.
I got the rap patrol on the Gap Patrol. Ladies love me long time like Tupac Soul.
Like Pro, like Doe, Nitro, Nitro. And if you don't know, now you know.
You know I got soul.
Up to the house
in my 6'4".
Oh snap!
Guess what I saw?
standing on the front stoop, hanging out the window.
Snoop Doggy Dogg and Dr. Dre is at the dope. I jumped out the rock and said, what's up?
Designated driver, take the keys to my truck.
Pour lean in my cup,
Get nice, split the blunt up.
Come on, everybody, let's get
the fuck up.
Now, what y'all wanna do?
So what you wanna do?
What you gonna do?
wanna be a baller,
B-ballers,
shot
shot callers.
I wish I had a girl who looked good. I would call her.
I was like, good gracious, ass is bodacious.
And I approach baby like,
My name is.
last name ever, first name greatest. I've been spending hundreds since they had small faces.
See notes by the layers, true fucking players. Race in the space means peace, see you later.
Funky fresh and yes, cold on my feet.
My life's like a soundtrack I wrote to the beat.
When the streets keep calling, heard it when I was asleep.
T-O-N-P-T-O-N, my city, mobbing in the street.
This is my part, nobody else speaks.
Stop this shit. Okay.
First, let me hop out that chopper, sister, brother, son.
Showstopper, flow proper, head knocker, beat scholar.
Girl, I want a waller in the back of my
I know you ain't a pimp, but pimp, remember what I taught you.
Who am I? I'm the boss.
I still represent Swisher House.
I go. Who shot Biggie Smalls? If we don't get them, they gon' get us all.
Hey, you know how we ball. Right in the shiny car. We know we go for the law. We dodge them like fuck them all.
Smoking hot, pouring up, keep it lead up in my cup.
You leave no drink around me, believe your drink gon' get drunk up.
Pumping hard like I wish you would.
You the superstar, boy. Why you still up in the hood?
We back.
1, 2, 3, back on the scene, crispy and clean.
It was all a dream.
It wasn't even close to Halloween when the MCs came. Tell about the name.
Went solo on that ass, but it's still the same.
Okay, first things first, I'll eat your brains.
Eating whack rappers alive, shitting out chains. West side, when we rock, come equipped with gang.
Look, homie, I done came up and I ain't changed. Oh yeah.
Hold up. I don't mean to hold you up, but I got something to say. Come on.
Give me the mic so I can take it away.
Player haters, get away. On my leg, we'll spray.
Cause this type of shit, it happens every day.
And I will never stop.
Because I just can't quit.
Mayonnaise, color pens, I push miracle whips. I gather round.
I'm the new fool in town.
I'm the young Harlem nigga with the Goldie sound.
Down,
When
down.
I came to get down.
Get down, girl, go ahead, get down.
I get money, money I got.
Rock the rhythm that'll make your body rock. Do the hard tick-tock, get off time.
I told you I'm just like a clock when I tick and I top.
Lame, nigga.
No, you did.
You just be playing whatever intro your hand land on. Just
I mean, basically.
how you gonna tell them people this beat bracket and it's not?
'Cause they
I'm waiting on beat bracket.
they not here anywhere. I got one ready if y'all want to do one. It
No,
was what I
no,
was gonna do for my
no.
birthday.
Too late,
Okay.
too late, too late.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay? I took
Yeah,
my headphones off. I gotta wait for the
but I can
door.
hear myself too though.
Boo! Let me see if audio. Okay, what about now? Can you hear yourself now?
Oh, that's better. Yeah, and I can't hear myself. Yeah,
Cool.
cool.
Echo cancellation.
Yeah, that was better. Cause I was like, I do not want to be hearing myself the whole time.
Why not?
No thanks.
Straight together, but
Oh, so you Irish now? It's cool to be
Yeah.
Irish now.
I've always been a bit Irish
Why you ain't got no picture?
because I can't find one that fit right. I was
Do
trying
you
to
like
find
my?
one.
Do you like
that-
my face smash up? I look like my brother.
I was finna say you look like a nigga I went to school with named Kenyon.
Not I look like a nigga you went to school with Nike. Leave me alone. Yeah, I do look like I got a little bit of a lazy eye over there on one side, but I'm a little cute though. I ain't gonna hold you. That's real cute. But anyway, we're gonna be talking about the movie Sinners. I know we're live on my channel, and you know people over there love a good vampire movie. If y'all haven't seen this movie, y'all need to go see it. Okay. Spoiler alert, we gonna be talking about the movie. So if you ain't seen it, don't come up in here telling us not to spoil stuff. No one cares. Get good. So yeah, we were having a conversation about it. We was like, well, we should go live and kind of talk about it. So how are we gonna start this? Yeah, Yellow Police, the Conversation Police. He said we need to talk about it. So let's go ahead. Yeah, then you coming in here and open the conversation up. Come on now.
I mean, I didn't think it was really an open. Okay, Sinners, first scene in the movie.
Wait, I do want to pull up a screenshot. I want to be able to pull up a screenshot. Where's this movie at?
No, we were having a discussion about the movie, though. Of course, it's basically setting the world on fire right now, and for good reason. It's an original film, first of all. So shout out to that. We've been kind of
man, because who you got
getting
so many
IP to death,
right?
Yeah. We've been getting
Am
IP
I in the
to
wrong
death.
place?
So, the IPs was asking us to come in, and we was letting them in. We was just letting Marvel all in there. We was DC, all that.
Because I've kind of had enough of Marvel right now. I remember when they first started making movies, and you'd be like, "Oh, a new Marvel movie coming out." I feel like I used to be like excited about it, and now I'm just like, nah. It's just too many. It's too many shows and movies, and like now I just kind of be like, I'm out of the loop. I ain't never catching up. I'm trying to find.
Yeah. So we were talking to a lot of the appeal of the movie has been the symbolism, a lot of the Black Southern or just spiritual kind of religious stances and people got hit in the Umar by this movie is what I'm trying to say. Like this movie hit folks right in the Umar.
Why you keep saying the movie hit them in the Umar? I don't like that. Explain to people what being Umar is. How about that? First of all, when you say it hit you in the Umar, please explain to me what that means.
So when I say it hit people in the Umar, I'm saying that this is a particular movie that the certain things you say is going to affect a certain level of Black in you. I feel like there has to be a certain stance in your Blacktivity, your Black journey, your Black mission, your Blackness to get the appeal of some of the symbols and some of the because people was talking about this was moving. Oh my God, it was life changing. It was my soul, my body. Right. Yeah. And I feel like that can really only come from a particular place when watching this movie.
You think so? I'm gonna ask that question. Do you think people who are not from the diaspora can have that feeling from this movie? You don't think you don't think someone who's not Black could or would have that response to this movie?
No.
What about you, Rashawn?
I definitely think they could because there was multiple cultures represented in this movie. Yeah. So I don't think you have to be an Umar. I think you could be a McCormick, an Umar, Chang. So, I mean, there was definitely some other cultures that were represented. And I saw people who were not Black. I don't know if they were Asian. They definitely were not white, who were speaking about it, and they were also talking about how moved they were at certain things in the movie too. I think people who just appreciate cultural richness can come away with something. Now, what is it like? Maybe it was about pandery thing. I don't know, but I know other people can be moved by art, even if they don't feel identified with it.
Right.
Right.
That's kind of my stance.
Yeah, and I understand that, but just like it was many lenses and many what am I looking for? Many ways that he put this movie out, all the screens and formats. Yeah, it's a lot of formats, right? It's still kind of under one umbrella because there's a emphasis on that being taken. You know what I'm saying? There's a reason all of those things have a thread, but we're finna kick it off already. It feels like the thread is the thread is the sound of the oppressed. If you listen to Delta Slim, when he said, "This ain't the religion they gave us. This is our religion.
This is ours." When he was talking about blues.
Right. When he's talking about blues, right? A lot of the oppressed feel that way about their music, even the Irish. Funny enough, because like we were saying, when they first got here, they wasn't considered white, so they definitely didn't have that pocket of safety, but they also wasn't black either. So you know what I'm saying? But their music speaks from a certain place.
Yeah. I mean, music, is just an expression of the people who make it. Hey, Dark Kent.
Now, ours. What up, Dark Kent? Shout out to Naya in the building. Now, when you're referencing blues, however, blues comes from a specific place of pain and oppression.
Right.
And like shit going wrong. And that's kind of partly why they call it like the devil's music or whatever. Because it is just so much pain in that shit. Which I mean, shit, you can't have a bunch of happy music either. So I get that. You know what I'm saying? I get the notion on that too.
Yeah, I'm curious to know why it was called devil music. I guess the raunchy, some of it is like hardship, but it's also like juke joints. And I guess the culture around blues was considered sinner culture. It came out of the sinners, in a certain So yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah.
Same thing in rock and roll, and then rap.
Yeah, they didn't like rock and roll either. Right, rap is always that. Anything that's different from, I guess, the gospel. Anything people let their hair down to, party to, was always seen as devilment and witchcraft.
Yeah. Even when it was just even we talking about Elvis Presley was getting that same type of treatment. You know what I'm saying? He was as much as black folks like talking shit about him. Like, and all he was doing up there was fucking dancing, shaking his hips a little bit.
I mean, do black people talk shit about Elvis? I feel like they just say he stole music from black people.
Yeah. I mean, basically, right. and that's a good way to get us back around to the movie, right? Like, this was the equivalent of them trying to tell us, hey, these people is trying to steal from us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's what you feel like the movie was trying to say?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Let's go through that talking point. Do we feel like that's what that was? So you feel like the movie was basically trying to talk about how blues was stolen from us in essence? Like, do you feel like that was kind of the overarching?
It's a story of one of the many things that we've claimed has been stolen from us. So this is just one of the art forms, one of the other art forms.
Interesting. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not what I really got from the movie. I didn't get that. You know what I'm saying? So it's interesting to hear that. I'm trying to think what I would say, because to me the movie was clearly a preacher boy's story. So like from that lens, it's kind of just like it felt like a short story, a day in his life, the pivotal moment that made him who he became. But yeah, that stuff I do see it in the movie, but I just see that as kind of a matter of fact. Like I kind of see like a lot of the stuff that they were dealing with in the movie is just like this was a snapshot of their life of the time. These were the struggles, these were the enemies, these were things that they had to fight against. And I feel like that's just a matter of fact. I don't necessarily feel like the movie was trying to say that, but I do feel like it was just a matter of existing in that time. But yeah, Remick did want what Sammy had, But Sammy didn't give it to him, so I also don't feel like that was Sammy did not give it to him. So it would be hard for me to say that was kind of like that's how it happened, because like he didn't do that.
But right, and I'm not saying that's the message of the movie. I'm saying the same way Dark Kent said, there was a lot of messages in that movie, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just as it was the movie equivalent of a Kendrick Lamar video. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Same type of nigga, Ryan Coogler.
Yeah, I definitely do feel like the Kendrick people who can appreciate Kendrick's symbolism and deep meanings behind certain things and every decision he makes definitely would love Sinners. I can definitely feel.
So do it sound better if I say it hit me? You'd have to hit you in the Kendrick?
Yeah, definitely hit you in the Kendrick.
All right, cool. Then I had to hit you in the Kendrick.
I would say better than Umar. It hit
okay. The Umar is the different organ, right? It hit you right. It had to hit you right in the Kendrick for you to get certain.
I think anybody could connect for a good amount of reasons. I think of like how many things, how much there's so much depth to this movie. I think how deep that connection is going to depend on your experience as a Black person or with Blackness.
Mm-hmm.
Is what I'll say. I think anybody could connect to any of the various storylines that they have in this movie. There's so many characters and archetypes that you could connect to. That I think there's so many spaces for people to connect to this movie, even if they don't have the cultural context. But obviously, the more you can connect with, I think the deeper it will be.
Right. Yeah. And just to be fair, just to be like completely fair, don't really give a shit about how any other feel like the only type of like frame I'm listening to, because I get it, but yeah. I don't really see. I wouldn't see if you like movies. Yeah,
I don't think you have to be. Right. Yeah, it's just like how Black people have been watching movies with not Black people in it for a long time and still can emotionally connect to those movies deeply. I would even say.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, probably because it was kind of made for like the general people. So.
I would say it wasn't made for general people. It was definitely there's movies that are definitely told from a white lens.
This is definitely not made for everybody to consume. Right. I know that there's movies told from a white lens.
I would disagree. I think the Blackness of it is making people feel like it's from dusk to dawn.
It's being digested as such.
Well, I'm just saying, but it's but generally it's like from dusk to dawn. Like if you can, if the general public can watch that and enjoy it, they can watch this and enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If the skin isn't already a barrier, I mean that's in the movie and outside the movie. Skin is a barrier for a lot of people mentally. So if you just can't see Black people in the position that the characters are in, then you wouldn't be able to enjoy this film.
But it generally, it has a general story that I think anybody can follow. You don't need Blackness to understand the story or follow it. You don't.
No.
So that's why I think it is made for general consumption.
But I'm not saying that though. I'm not I'm not saying to follow the story, because I followed the story and it didn't hit me in my Kendrick.
Do you have a Kendrick?
You know what I'm saying? I got somewhere down there.
He said, "Is your Kendrick gland small or?"
Yeah.
It's like when your pituitary gland.
You have a Kendrick, or do you have a Kendrick?
Yeah. Right. No, it's a Kendrick. It's a Kendrick.
I'm in the can.
You got a K dot.
It's more like what's an expendable organ?
Dot of
it's more
K.
Like a spleen for me, right? Like my Kendrick is.
You mean
spleen.
You mean your what is that thing that
gallbladder, something like tonsils. Like it's my tonsils. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like I can get my Kendrick removed and still. Some people's Kendrick is their heart.
Mm-hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? Some people's Kendrick is their lungs, like vital organs.
He got a Kmart. He has a spot of K. A spot of K. That's about it.
That's kind of what I'm saying. Like this was shot through a very specific lens because the setting puts it in a certain place.
It's going to evoke a certain.
I mean, but also,
I'm agreeing with you. The place it's set in is going to
evoke the setting is gonna right, and the the optics of it, because here's the difference between Sinners and Dusk Till Dawn. The vampires in Dusk Till Dawn were the natives of the land, like they were the Mexicans, basically.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So the white people were out of towners. They were not natives.
Right. So this is what I'm saying.
It's like the Irishmen.
Right. So it was their land that these people were infringing on.
And this is the same for this movie because they had the land and the people were infringing.
Hold on, wait a minute. But the vampires were painted as the framework for the vampires were painted as people who do such, who come on your land and take from you. Hold on 1 second.
I think I see where he's going though. I'll let him get there, but
yeah,
I can see that because they were running in Dusk Till Dawn. They were, in a sense, the brothers in Dusk Till Dawn are the brothers Smoke and Stack.
Right.
So even though they used to live there, Smoke and Stack are kind of the outsiders.
Right.
I mean, as far as the comparison goes, but they're obviously back home.
They're home, but they're outsiders. One, because they've been gone for 7 years. Two, they bought land off of a white man.
Off of Klansman.
A Klansman who probably still owned all the surrounding land. And 3 is the Deep South in 1932 when it don't matter what you own, they can just come take it. They want. So can black people really own and have anything for real in 1932? I mean, that's kind of the whole point.
Yeah.
So that's why, to me, I see the twin brothers as the guys in Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of Dusk Till Dawn, like not 1 to 1, but
yeah. I get what you're saying though, because the vampires were in their pocket. They had their little bar. They chilled there, and the brothers pulled up. I mean, that's like you showed up. This was kind of the opposite. The vampires, like this is we didn't land in Plymouth.
There was 2
the
groups.
rocks landed on us.
It's 2 different groups who kind of, but at the same time, it kind of like you said, the brothers came and went into their land instead of it being like they went into a den of vampires, hanging out. They still kind of did that though, because people say, well, Remick was drawn to Preacher Boy's music, but actually Remick knew the plans and that this group of people were already there too because of making those 2 people part of his group. So he knew about it, because I would think it stands to reason that the husband knew about it.
Yeah.
So it's like he kind of still stumbled upon a den of vampires. It was interesting how they made it happen.
It was set up different.
It was set up a little different, but if you really think about it, it's kind of still the same idea, because if he had bought from those secret Klansmen whose nephew was the guy who Remick consumed, they would have never crossed paths.
I mean, I'm following you. I mean, because they literally in the movie called it a slaughterhouse and a killing floor.
Right. It was a slaughterhouse.
Which is the bar in Dusk Till Dawn.
What's the name of it?
That's not the name. I'm saying the bar in Dusk Till Dawn served as the slaughterhouse and the killing floor.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. That's why when I watched it, I was like, yeah, it's very much so Dusk Till Dawn. Just a little, with a few little twists, because you can't make it a 1-for-1. So it's like obvious, but even that part where Pearline was performing kind of reminded me a lot of Dusk Till Dawn. Like how she was, Selma Hayek and all that stuff. It kind of reminded me a lot of it. Like they had so many parallels.
I like
of that movie. So I'm like, yeah, you could say that it's a little different, but it's really the same. And I like that the kind of whiteness and the vampires kind of had a lot of crossover in this movie. It was kind of like they were one and the same. But
explain that.
Like it felt like it was in this very moment they were one and the same, because like you said, he stumbled into a den of vampires. And like the vampires in this film were the white people, but not all of them. Like it's kind of hard to make that connection.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah, because it, like he just did business with a white man. But the vampire came into town as an Irish man who was white, passing or white. And then he consumed 2 white people from the area who were connected to the white man they did business with. So then vampirism in this situation ended up coming to them as white people.
Correct.
Right. So a lot of times, like, and that's what it was like. And so then because of that dynamic, there was a lot of dynamic of like colonizing. And a lot of people saw the colonization that Remick was trying to do as a juxtaposition of colonizer, period, colonizer mentality. Now he was colonizing on behalf of vampirism, but he was a white man trying to colonize a bunch of black people, you know, on behalf of vampirism, but it still has the optics that it has. So
then let me ask you this real quick. What do you think is the difference between, because I've heard a lot of people call Remy and his initial 2 colonization.
Yeah.
So then what are the Klansmen and the American white people? Because they had to be different. Because like boy, like Remy said, we can go rectify him too.
Yeah. So the different, like that's what I thought it was good in the nuance of the time period was important because Irish people weren't considered white. But it's like the call is coming from in the room. And I think a lot of like how Remy blended in equally with those other the American whites, right? Was just an idea of like that's what happened once they were able to get white privilege. They became the very thing that oppressed them even. And that's kind of how like colonization works. So while they were 2 distinct groups, at least to each other, right? For black people, they all look the same.
Yeah, I get you.
We don't, right? We just like them some white people. I mean, but I know between them, they probably be like, oh, we not the same. Like, you know how sometimes people like, oh, they call Asians or whatever, and the Asians be like, oh no, I'm Korean.
Right.
They Japanese. We don't even fuck with each other.
Right.
I feel like it's kind of like that.
No, I get you. No, it makes sense to me. That was a good explanation.
But when 3 white people pull up to your door at your black nightclub, you just know can't none of them come in.
Yeah, they look like the same threat.
Right, they all the same. I don't know which one which, but I do think the twins probably had a better idea because when they was in the North, it was clear to me that Stack had worked with the Italians and Smoke worked with the Irish.
Yeah.
So Smoke probably knew the difference between them, and it's interesting because they both dealt with 2 different types of white people from their experience. They would all be seen as white, and that's why I think they wouldn't have a trust of any of them because, like he said, they all the same. It's just Detroit, just Mississippi with big buildings. So it's like they Italian and they Irish, but at the end of the day, to us, they white because they see us all as the same thing.
Yeah, I get that.
Talk about weird timing of Shannon Sharp situation, parallel to the evil twin messing with a white chick who was invited in after she was bitten and transformed. I mean, well, we were kind of talking about the white people against the black people while you were
good look, Shannon.
But I think Mary getting unnecessary smoke. Okay.
Yeah.
I think if you think Mary is the problem, that's why you can't see
super
why
far unnecessary smoking. I'm about to rage the fuck out.
And I'm about to say, if you can't see how Mary wasn't
That's
really
why I
the
hate the
issue,
movie the most.
then
Yeah,
you
right there.
If you can't see how Mary was the problem,
I swear to God, that right there.
Dude, come back hawking out.
Shit.
Yes, he said he's back.
If that ain't one of the biggest examples that actually speak to what I'm talking about in the movie, first of all, they trying to make it seem like this. They trying to make it seem like this half black, or got some black in her. Nobody would have seen her initially in the movie and be like, "Oh, well, she looked kind of mixed. That looked like a white woman." She's not that. And in real life, that's her actual story. Like her grandpa is like a third. I mean, like a half.
I think her
like
grandparent
half
have.
But
yeah,
still,
she's like 15%. Yeah, she's like 15,
which is inconsequential. They don't give a fuck about no motherfucking 12, 11, 10% of fucking black. That's most people.
I mean, back then, white people.
Yes, yeah, that's a real story
out.
too.
I mean, back then, if they would have found out, they probably would have cared. In 1932, they would.
But they also built her to be like the perception of her is this bad character. Like
I think people
that evil white
took
woman
it as
and all this
her
other
fault.
shit.
Right. I don't see it as her fault.
Oh, if it's anybody's fault, it's the fuck. If it's anybody's fault, it's the Asian lady fault.
I don't even see it as her fault.
We gonna talk about that later. Yeah, it was because the bitch want to fucking talk about some come in, motherfuckers.
Yeah, Grace bugged out. I was so
but then I understood also.
Oh
I
God,
also understood why Grace bugged out though. I kind of got it. Like I couldn't say that I wouldn't have bugged out. Like I can get it because she's like, okay, we all sitting here in the morning. My husband the vamp now. My daughter at the house, she don't know none of this shit going down. He know where she at. I'm in here. I'ma live, and he could just go get Grace, which is what they threatened. I mean Lisa, which is what they like threatened to do. She's like, oh, we finna take all these motherfuckers down. They gonna. I'm not gonna sit here and let them get away, knowing that he gonna go fuck up my daughter. Like,
man,
what do you want me to
run
do?
out there and stop them, nigga. Don't invite them in here so we all can die.
They
wouldn't let her out.
They wouldn't let her out. She wanted to go. They wouldn't let her out.
Okay, then I'm shoot the bitch in the face. Like I ain't even like she, man, she catching a high one too.
No, that was their fault for holding on to somebody for holding on to somebody who didn't want to be there. You trying to keep Grace in because what?
300 as well to know.
But I'm saying, how is that Grace's fault?
Yeah, you can tell she was in there with people that had no living kids.
Yeah,
because everybody's like, no, you can't go out there. She got a daughter out there, and they ain't talking about going to get her. Come on.
And her daddy already turned, and she don't know what's going on, so he could just go get her. Like, and she would believe it. She would believe. Why wouldn't she believe her dad?
I don't give a shit.
So yeah, I also don't think
in her fucking back.
I also don't see Grace as the issue. You know who I really blame for everything? Smoke.
Why?
I got smoke for smoke.
Wow.
Yeah, because Smoke, and that's the whole thing. Because Smoke knew the art of negotiation. He knew the art of negotiation. He knew you got to stand on your word. He noted. What he told that man was, if any of your kind step foot on this land, I'ma kill him where he's staying. He didn't do it. He did not keep his word. If he would have kept his word.
Okay, when Remick and them.
When Remick pulled up.
But the thing is,
he didn't keep his word.
He still wouldn't have killed him because he couldn't.
That wasn't his kind.
But look, they wouldn't have got Mary wouldn't have went out.
True. It would have happened.
Shot him and that nigga
and it's not his kind.
Yeah, and it's still not his kind.
That wasn't what he meant. He said you were your clansman. You were in your clan.
Right, but
that's
that was
the first thing he asked him, was he clan? He can't just kill white. He can't just kill any white person that walk up either.
Right.
Oh, he can't. Okay.
You feel what I'm saying?
I mean,
no, he can't.
But here's the thing: you got a slaughterhouse in the middle of nowhere on this man's land, and nobody else knew about it except him. So if a white person pulled up to your land on that night, they had to know it from somewhere, which is how Remick knew it. He knew because of the plans that was put into motion for the next day. He knew. That's how he knew.
He couldn't just kill them though.
I'm not saying he could have, but that's what he promised. But that he didn't say if they do anything. He said, if I see you step foot on this land, I'm going to kill you where you stand.
He was talking about his
okay, but I got it but the only reason Remick knew about it is because of him.
Right.
That's why he knew. Okay, so it still stands. Like you didn't stand on your word.
So he was supposed to kill him, even though they said they weren't Klansmen, which they weren't. They were vampires.
The man also said the Klan don't exist, and he was the Klan.
Right, but he was an actual.
They wasn't just they were actually back then.
He wasn't a vampire.
Okay,
he wasn't a vampire.
But back then, nobody would say that they were. Like you had to hide that you
were. I get you. I hear what you're saying.
Okay, because the guy said they don't even exist no more. He was the Grand Master of the Klan.
Right, but this is also what you're saying. Well, it was white people who showed up, so he should have killed them.
Because the only way they would have known about it is through the man who he bought the land from, which would mean they the clan. He said you or your clansman.
But Smoke
that's the only way they
know
knew
that. That's my point.
I'm telling you, he would know it because that's the only way they would know that they was out there.
No, he wouldn't.
Okay.
No, he wouldn't. Because he didn't even know that information until he was the vampire.
He didn't know what information. But that's when he pulled up.
Smoke was the one that turned into the vampire, right?
No, Stack is the one that turned into the vampire. Smoke is the one who told the white man you would kill him where they stand.
Smoke did not know that was a secret, that was a killing floor until fucking Stack told him.
Actually, he did have a suspicion that it was because when he was touching the floor.
Suspicion is one thing.
Remick told them. Remick told them.
No, right. Remick
neither
told
one,
Stack
both of them
at the door.
But that's my point. You arguing with me. I'm just telling you who I blame because he made that promise, and the only reason them white folks knew what they was is because of that man. So I'm just saying, to me, he's the one. He made a promise and he did not stand on it. That's it. He gave them too much room. He let them appeal to them. Barry went out. That's me. That's my opinion. I told you why I believe it. You can disagree. I don't believe nobody else would know that they was in a slaughterhouse in the middle of nowhere at that same night if they didn't know through that white man. Which is kind of inferred
they didn't know through
but
him.
It's inferred that the man who he turned with the wife was kin to that man.
Absolutely knew, right? That's
okay, so that's how Remick knew. That's how Remick knew because they was going to come there the next morning and kill him.
You're also saying that Smoke
no, I didn't say Smoke should have known. I just said Smoke should have known if a white man pulled up to that shack in that same night that he was related to that Klansman somehow.
Why?
Because there's no other way they would have known, and people was out there. Only word of mouth was the way that they knew that they had the club open that night. It was no other way. He didn't post a TikTok reel. Like, that's the only way you knew they was out in the middle of nowhere in the field on that swath of land in that slaughterhouse that night. You would have had to know through somebody directly. So how would them white people even know? Talking about Mary told him. No, Remick found out through the two white people. That's how he knew. I don't know. That's just how they knew. He told the whole plan. So I mean, I'm just saying that's the only way he knew. So Smoke didn't have to know none of that. It's just this white man that pulled up. You said you gonna kill him. You should kill him. That's it. That I blame Smoke. You can blame somebody else. Who y'all blame for how everything went?
I'm back. Yella, who did you say you blame?
And you said she blamed the preacher.
Let me see. Now, what part are we blaming?
I just said the whole thing. I said the whole thing going left. I blame on Smoke because if he would have killed that man where he stood, like he promised, he said, if I see any of your kind, black people and white people weren't kicking it like that. So it's like, if I seen any of your kind step foot on his land, I'm gonna kill him where he stand. He would have did that. Mary wouldn't have went out there because they would have known something was wrong. They can't come in without an invitation. They would have been all right. If you talking about stopping the whole thing, I feel like that would have stopped the whole thing.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, which tension are we trying to say somebody to blame for? Because I mean, if we're talking about the vampires, obviously Remick is at fault for trying to kill people.
Well, I mean, but we know, but if we're saying vampires just doing vampire stuff, like vampires just gonna be on vampire shit. They want to feed, they want to turn people. But we're talking about as far as all the people at the club, the juke joint. Like a lot of people blame Mary for everybody getting turned or turning into a slaughter.
If they didn't get married, they would have got cornbread.
When he went to pee?
Yeah. Like somebody was always going to leave first and come out the door and get hijacked.
But that's why I also think, that's why I say if Smoke would have like tried to at least stand firm on what he promised, and let's just say he would have shot him where he stood and that nigga would have got up, right? Like Mary, Annie would have, oh, that ain't normal. Everybody been there. And then Cornbread probably wouldn't have also went away to pee.
Everybody might have ran up inside.
Everybody would have been on alert. Yeah, everybody would have just been like, oh, it's a vampire out there. He can't come in. Yeah. So if we stay inside the sun up, we gonna be all right.
I can see that angle. If I'm going to blame anybody, I'm going to blame Smoke and Stack.
Yeah.
One, for just leaving Chicago. Whatever they did, they had to flee Chicago, stealing or hustling to get the beer and the wine. So they had to go somewhere. And then also putting a bag of money in the hand of a Klansman.
Bro, like
that bothered me so much.
They thought they was in Chicago.
They had all this pro-black sentiment around this movie. And it starts with them handing a bag. You fund the local Klan activity as a black person. And everybody's all like, oh, I feel so empowered about my blackness. And I feel seen. I'm like, that's such an indictment on blackness that we can start the whole thing with the transaction of funding our demise. Right. And everybody's like, I love it.
Because you really thought you was going to hand a big bag of money to some white people in Mississippi.
Yeah.
On plantation land or something. And they wasn't going. Like, they must have forgot what they was. I mean, they've been gone for 7 years, but they didn't look that young. So I'm like, but you was down here long enough, though.
Yeah, and then you're gonna threaten somebody you feel is a Klansman who's just gonna say, okay, you got the numbers on me. I'm just gonna go get numbers on you. I mean,
which is what the plan was.
That whole premise to start the movie bothered me so much.
But I think that was the kind of understanding of like, that's what I kind of saw the symbolism of. To me, the twins are the one, their idealism, the chasing of freedom.
Yeah.
The idea that money is power, which they both held that idea, that their money brought them a certain amount of power. But I kind of always saw the symbolism of like, you can't, if you talk about spiritual undertones, like you can't run from your debts. Like y'all stole from them white folks up there. And y'all thought y'all could run down here and use their money that y'all stole to get freedom.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the white man gonna come collect one way or the other, on front end and back end.
Yeah, there wasn't the time for that.
Yeah, and I'm just like, it also kind of just makes sense, which I can also see why Smoke would be skeptical. Why wouldn't he be skeptical of an Irish man or whatever? I don't know. It just felt like spiritually, it was just a lot of warning signs because it's like, even spiritual, like you stole from some Irish people.
Mm-hmm.
And an Irish man pull up at your bar?
Yeah.
Night one?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's just like a certain undertone of like, you know the art of negotiation. You know you stole from them people. And it was almost like the devil coming to collect. Like, this is what happened when you sell your soul. The devil gonna come collect. That's kind of what I saw it is. That's what happened to the twins.
Yeah. And I said it always start with the preacher. Like, I don't know that he did anything. He just.
What did the preacher do?
I can understand that.
What you can understand? What? Oh, the devil coming to collect,
or the preacher,
or the preacher. Yeah. Oh, he just went away again. Okay.
And man, Joey said you and your wife loved him. Yeah, I've watched it twice. I'm a bootlegger. I'm a bootlegger. So forgive me. I want to go see it in the theater now, though.
I'm trying to see the Screen X in the 70 millimeter. I want to see those. Yeah, for sure.
Oh my God.
But yeah, that's kind of like the theme I saw of the movie. Even with the twins being in red and blue, I didn't really see it as good versus evil. I don't think any twin was good. I think it was like two sides of the same coin, basically, like Hegelian dialectic or whatever they call it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about when you said that, but I knew it sounded smart. It sounded smart.
Just basically like there's antithesis, and then there's like there's like opposing forces of each other, but through the clashing of opposing forces, then something else comes out. Some people also say it when they refer to two sides of the same coin. There is no right or wrong. It's just two sides of the same coin. Like the Democratic Republic or good versus evil. It's all the same. It's just to what end, to what means do you get to the end? It's kind of and that's why the twins I think are in blue and red, and it's easy for a lot of people to see one or the other. Like, oh, Stack is the evil one or a greedy one, and Smoke, but they the same.
Yeah,
like they're the same person.
I got you. The preacher did he could have kept him from going.
How could he keep him?
Yeah, because that was a grown boy. He's young, but he's grown.
He had to face temptation. Wasn't that his rite of passage?
Yeah.
I mean,
You
he
walk
was at
right
a
out the street.
crossroad. Yeah, he was at a crossroads of you can come and be a preacher. He wanted him to get a sermon, I think, on Sunday.
Mhm. Yep.
So he was kind of at a crossroads of like, what are you gonna
Yeah,
kind
he
of
wanted
do?
the streets. He wanted to be out in the streets. Them streets don't love nobody.
Yeah, he said he wanted to be outside.
Yeah.
He could have kept saying he going with with the twins.
He wanted to be outside. Outside wanted to be in him.
Yep.
I almost did. All right. I'm stable. I'm set.
Yeah,
My
okay.
bad, y'all. My
Now
bad.
you good? He said the
That's
twin.
motherfucker.
The twin in the blue had a spiritual baby mama who protected him. I mean, they both had women who were protecting them, and that's why I go back to the Mary. Like y'all be having smoke for Mary, but I think both of the women were trying to do the same thing for their respective men.
Yeah. With the tools that they had available.
Exactly.
But neither of their tools were perfect.
Right.
Neither were effective.
could keep them from what they sowed. Like you kind of reap what you sow, or every man has to make his own choices. You can't make nobody do nothing. It don't matter if you do root work, it don't matter if you smash them, like you can't make anybody do anything. So I saw those two women as like Rashawn said, they're doing what they can in their power to protect the men that they love. Like that's why Mary went and got married, because a white woman and a black man can't be out together.
Mm-hmm.
Like that was their whole thing. Like it was a danger to both of them for Stack to be with her.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why they weren't together, but they loved each other. And I think she was just trying to protect him. She was trying to give him what he wanted through what she had, which was her whiteness. And Annie was doing the same thing.
Now, they didn't give ages, but can I shout out to Dark Kent talking about Shannon Sharp? Because Mary certainly did say, I am grown now. So Stack was talking to her before she was grown.
They knew each other since they was kids.
They knew each other since they was kids. I think they kind of grew up.
She said her mama birthed them.
Yeah.
They all around the same
took
age.
them in, and it seemed like they kind of grew up together. She grew up around black people, obviously. So
man, listen. Y'all ain't about to sit here and gaslight me like y'all know the ages of both of them too.
No, we don't know the ages, but
Right.
she just seemed like she seemed older than Preacher Boy.
Way older than Preacher Boy.
Way older than Preacher Boy.
Because she was like, oh shit, you could drink now?
Right, yeah. So she's definitely. Now the question I had was she turning tricks for Stack? That's what I thought.
No.
It's like, man, I told you to leave when the money gets something.
Yep.
And he was a pimp. I was
And
like,
taught her how to fight. Taught her how to fight.
So maybe she was his bottom bitch or something. That's the only thing I peeped. I was like, wait, was she? He had her turning tricks. That's what I thought.
Yeah, sir. So you not finna gaslight us that he was fucking with some younger chick.
All I know is she said, I'm grown now. Like, ain't no excuse now, I'm grown. So there was an inference there. I ain't gaslight. No, there was inference. Strong inference.
I mean, I definitely think he older than her, but I also think it wouldn't have been no gap that wasn't abnormal back then. Especially if they grew up together. Like, I feel like even if he was like 5 or 6 years older than her, they grew up together. Like, I don't think
I'm just saying. It didn't even speak to his grownness at the time when she felt she wasn't grown. So I don't know exactly.
Yeah.
But I know she felt she wasn't grown before, but she is now.
And I kind of took it as she done lived some life because she's somebody's wife and stuff. But in real life, they are 10 years apart.
Okay.
In real life. So even if we just go by the movie and let's just say they was 10 years age gap.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just pretend the movie age gap the same as real life. They 10 years apart.
Right. And he was gone 7.
Yeah, he was gone 7. So I don't know. Maybe she was like 20 and he was 30 when they were smashing. And she was waiting on him. He's like, I ain't tell your goofy ass to wait on me.
Just something I heard. I was like,
Yeah, I mean, if we just go by their real age gap and he left when he was like 31, that means she would have been like 21 or something like that. So still very young. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
She told me, y'all just want to blame Mary. Leave Mary alone because most of y'all do the same
Get
thing.
over yourself. Jesus Christ.
We're not going to turn this into Shannon Sharp. Let's move on and go on to, we were talking about how everybody wants to blame Mary
I'm just saying
for everything. But I think Mary was just doing what she could. I really didn't, even when I was watching the movie, I didn't see once Mary became a vampire, I really just look at her as a vampire. I love vampire shows. You know, I'm a Lestat girly, so her and Lestat would get along. But once she turned vampire, she came in and went straight for him. I'm like, charge it to the game. She a vampire. Like, I didn't see that. So I don't know if people are looking at that as why, or
just logistically, she was gonna kill a black person. Like logistically, you know what I'm saying? Like, odds are her first kill was gonna be a black person. Just logistically in the room she was in, there was 2 Asians. That's 2%.
But even when she came in, she didn't even come in. I don't even think she was. I think she wanted her man. I think she wanted to be with Stack forever. She was obviously obsessed with him. So that's why she went straight to him and like, I'm gonna turn him, and we finna be together forever.
That makes sense.
So they seem to keep their motivation.
Yeah, they kept their motivations. Exactly.
Because Stack wanted smoke.
This is the point I was making, and I had to get cut off because I had to do something real quick.
All right.
The idea that it's so easy to it's more or less blaming Mary because she's white, and that's my point. Like the idea was they let her up in there and she infiltrated and see she wasn't up to no good. It's the whole painting perception of the white being villain, being the overarching villain too. In the whole thing. That's why I was saying like the evil was presented as the villain, as opposed to in Dusk Till Dawn where they had their own land. You know what I'm saying? So it was more like, oh, you stumbled into their shit, you're wrong, as opposed to
and that's why I say the twins. And that's why I saw the twins as the wrongs. I see the twins as the evil.
Right. So but then it's the same. But and it could be the same situation with Dusk Till Dawn because them two dudes,
they stumbled in.
They was gangsters too, right? Yeah. But everybody's a sinner in that situation.
Yeah, that's what it's like. Everybody's a sinner. I saw the twins as the people who started everything. But I know Rashawn was going to ask the question. What?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Yella. Like, do you make room or leave room for that? Like, this is the genre, like that you're talking about. Like, you're criticizing the movie for doing the movie. Like
it's a trope.
This is the Jordan Peele survival black horror. Was that a Lovecraft Country, where the horror part of the horror is the fact that you're black in a place that's hostile towards you.
Right.
So like you criticizing like the white person as the villain when that's kind of part of the point that they're baking in.
That's lazy booking. It's lazy booking.
I think it is true too, because but that's why I'm saying is you have to look at it a certain way. I look at it as a lot like Dusk Till Dawn, and I see the twins as the guys in the movie because they stumbled upon this white land. Like I see the white. If you looking for the vampires as the like 1-for-1, that's why it's like it's not actually a 1-for-1. It's kind of like whiteness. And the vampirism came through whiteness in the movie, which is why you never get no origins of where it came from, who had it first, nothing. You get none of that. But that it's the same idea.
What so son with the funk and what we got, we on lock. Appreciate y'all for popping in.
Hey y'all, hey.
No,
so they stumbled upon they did stumble upon the white people land, the Klan land. And they was goofy and idealistic.
I get all of that. I get all that. But it definitely wasn't. It didn't come across like that to me. So I get what you're saying.
I definitely picked up on it. Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
And that's why I instantly was like, "Oh, this some Dusk Till Dawn stuff." Like,
so
they being way too idealistic for the time period we in, and them claiming to come from here. Y'all be.
But what I'm saying is, and I understand what Rashawn was trying to say with like leaving room for the genre.
Yeah,
it's a genre, it's a trope too, and it's just like any other trope that you get tired of seeing, because it's also the idea that, well, we're producing movies and this is what a black horror movie look like. Yeah, guess what? I would like to digest it as not having to live through racism. Like racism wasn't the villain, or like white people weren't the villain. Vampires weren't. So, like for me personally, the dopest part would have been if the black vampires was black.
Well, they ended up being black. So you did.
No, I'm saying No, but I'm saying the vampires who start the whole thing is black. The people they're going after is black.
Yeah,
because we don't see black on black
but eventually,
vampire interaction.
Yeah, but I mean, for the time period it's in, I think it made sense the way it played out. Because of just how the races weren't mixing back then. I think that it playing out the way it played out made the most sense. And that's why I'm saying it actually made sense for the time period too. I mean, if you put modern dynamics in it, it makes sense. But back then, them people wasn't fucking with each other at all.
Yeah, I mean, I get all that. But we're also blending time. We're also blaming period piece with fiction.
Yeah.
So,
but I mean, if vampirism did show up in that time, in that town.
But it doesn't have it. That okay. So that also leans to implying too. That's implying that the vampires are white, and they start all. Well, no. I mean, in the world, I'm just talking about in the frame of the movie. We know Remick started the chain in the movie. He's Irishman or white, right? A lot of the things that we see in this movie played out because of the cultural social structure of the time. So like Remick probably was with the Choctaw because historically they helped the Irish. Like historically they helped the Irish in the past because the white people wasn't fucking with them. So that's probably why he was with them. Typically the allies to Irish people back then would have been the indigenous or black people. White people wasn't fucking with them. Right.
So that's why he was probably with them. And then they realized he was a vampire and they was trying to fuck his shit up. Then he ran and he saw some white people, which he maybe wasn't expecting. But I don't think he automatically assumed the white people would help them. So that's why when he saw the Klan outfit, he played to their racism. Now, because of him absorbing Klan people into his fold, he got the information that, oh, it's a whole bunch of black people just in the middle of nowhere to juke joint tonight. So I think he would just go where he know they're going to be vulnerable.
Right, and that's that's another part of the fucking story that pisses me off. Everybody like, but when Sammy played the guitar, it caught them. The nigga was in the area all fucking ready.
Yeah, I think he wanted. I think he wanted him once he saw that once he got there and he was like, oh, it's some shit going on in here. I want that. I need that power right there. Right. I think he definitely wanted, and that's what made him persistent about it, even when they was like, get the fuck on, get from around here. I think that made him persistent, but he knew of where they were because of the two people he, changed. That's why he knew where they were. So I mean, to me, it just made sense that vampirism
was outside already. He was down the street. He was on the fucking block. If he wasn't in earshot of that place, he'd have never heard it. You know what I'm saying? But they trying to make it seem like when he summoned the devil, that nigga was there already. He was already coming there. That's like giving Sammy credit for the pizza that was already on its way.
Yeah. I think that Sammy was why he was persistent. That's what I can give to Sammy.
Right. He was like, no,
Sammy was why he was like, I'm not leaving.
Right now with that, and that's also what goes back to the idea of them wanting to steal everything from us. Once they find out we got something good, they want to steal it from us.
Oh yeah. He was like, that's real slow.
That's where I'm at. And this is where y'all can feel however type of way you want about it. It is becoming a tired trope. It's a tired ass genre because it do have to hit you in the Umar or hit you in the Kendrick to get the full effect. The same way we talking about, you gotta go see it in theaters. You gotta go see it in black, or you're not gonna get the full aspect ratio. You're not gonna see the little corners that everybody's missing. You're not going to see the tumbleweed that was blowing in the back that meant something.
But I was saying to say, if you watch the movie through a complete black lens only, though, that's the whole point of the movie. I think the movie will allow you to see it through however many lenses you are able to. Just because I know Ryan Coogler has that ability, and I can tell he baked it in, because as someone who doesn't filter everything through blackness, I saw so much more in this film. I actually didn't even leave the film feeling like, oh, the white people were like, I didn't even, it was just kind of like a matter of fact, but not the point. Like, that's what I'm saying. When I watched the movie, that didn't even feel like the point, which is why the vampires don't get all this exposition and shit. Like,
I don't trust
the vampires weren't even the point.
I don't trust the dude who directed both Black Panthers to shoot a movie outside of the black lens.
Wow. Well, if you look at the movie outside of the black lens, you can see
I
that there are a
don't.
lot of other
Ooh, I
lenses
don't.
that you can watch this movie
That's
through.
why
And
I
he's
can't
made a lot of
rewatch it.
projects that weren't just Black Panther.
That's why I can't. I can't rewatch it like that. That's why Black Panther, both of them, is kind of unwatchable. Like it is. Well, one,
I mean, he's
because
very much
Chad.
so a Black man,
It's just
so he's
sad.
gonna
It's
have a
just sad
Black
kind of watch. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I get that.
But there are
And
other
we
ways you can view
established
this
that.
movie, though. Like there are so many
I
lenses through
mean,
which you can view this
there's
movie.
plenty of ways that you can view it.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying.
Man, I'm not
That's
saying
all I'm
saying
saying.
that. I'm not saying
Okay.
that. But here's also the thing. When I was explaining the way I viewed it, you was telling me, no, this is how it is. No, this is how it
When?
is. So
What were we arguing about?
okay, I agree. All right.
No, I'm saying what point were we arguing it specifically? Okay, so we can move on to the next point. The Asian couple in the movie, I took they were ready to go for itself when shit got hot after making money with the twins.
Yeah, that part wasn't cool. But I get it. That's like
Mhm.
that's how it be happening too.
Because they were the go-between.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
I
kind
did
of were
like-
nothing.
I did like the scene in the movie where they sent the daughter to get the mom, and it showed the racial division of this commerce.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like they across
Yeah.
the street from each other, acting like they don't even exist.
Mm-hmm.
Like I didn't even realize when I first watched it, like white people were across the street.
Yeah.
When I first saw it,
they both
yeah,
got
right. Because when I first watched it and Smoke shot them people in broad daylight,
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, dang, I didn't even realize it was like white. Because in my head, I guess at first I was like, oh, this is a black city. You know, like this is just like a little
Mhm.
town of black people. But I didn't realize it was like just segregated like that. It was a segregated
Yeah.
city.
And the fact that there's some you guys are bringing up some plot holes too. Because the fact that there was a whole white side and they just watched somebody just get shot in the street.
Oh, they said that they said he's shooting black people.
I just don't see that going down like that. But okay, maybe. But then there's
That's
a
what I'm like.
second
That
thing.
segregated stories are crazy about like
That
how
Yella-
life was.
Yeah, but Yella brought in the whole musical thing.
Mm-hmm.
See, Remy, when he got those Klansmen, the Klan knew that Smoke and Stack had bought the meal.
Mm-hmm. Right.
They didn't know it was a juke joint. That had just happened the same day.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't have known that it was a juke joint and full of people. How did they come with banjo?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, Yella brought up a whole plot hole. I'm like, wait a minute.
That's why I think it was a mixture of both things. That's what I'm saying. Like to me, it just made sense that like there was all of their wheels combined. Like
I mean,
like Remick had the information that these two black twins had bought this place or whatever from them, and he knew they was gonna go back in the morning. He obviously has to feed at night. He may be prowling town for places he can go get some easy meals or whatever. But I mean, I could also assume that maybe he had watched them and saw that they was playing music, so he was like, "Oh, I need an instrument. Let me go ahead and find a way." Like, I don't know. For me, a lot of vampire lore of like the idea of they hunt people. This is what they do. I just kind of feel like I could see a vampire scoping out the place and trying to figure out the best way to get in, especially if you have to be invited in. I mean, to me, it's not too much of a stretch.
So I know. Wait. I know vampires can move pretty damn fast. So you're saying they heard them play the music?
No, I don't think
Get back to town real quick. Like, wait, no, I'm saying like this. You're saying like that's what I'm trying to say. Like, because they would have to bring the instruments with them.
Yeah.
Right, they was coming to the place without prior knowledge of it being a juke joint, so that means they would have had to bring the instruments with them already. Which, apparently, being a vampire makes you musically inclined because goddamn everybody was able to sing and dance and shit. You know what I'm saying? After they got bit, so it was just like Vampire the musical around this mother. It felt good, like it was good looks, but. Right, they flew to get their instruments or something. Like they zoomed
Possibly.
back to the
or if he saw them moving earlier, like in the evening.
They so they had to wait till nighttime.
No, I'm talking about because it was nighttime once they started. I'm just saying, like when the evening settled, we know that the people got turned right kind of at sunset. So from the time between when they turned to then, they didn't show up as soon as the place opened. I mean, they were like
But
kind
it
of good
also
and
wasn't
going
around
by
the
then. They
corner
were,
either. He didn't
yeah,
hear the
but
music until he was like,
I don't know the distance. All I'm saying is in my head, the reason it didn't trip me up in the movie was because of that. Like if he's a hunter and he probably scoping out his how many of them, like blah blah blah. It was just easy for me to bake in that a vampire would try to scheme to figure out how to get into this place. Like
Let's
that
go
to
get
me.
Banjo.
Let's
Now,
say we're a band. Like
what I will say, because this is a new thought, a new plot hole that Yellow kind of put me onto. I will give room because Smoke left a whole gang of guns and grenades just in a trunk outside.
Right.
Maybe some other people left instruments outside too, and they just retrieved them from cars out there. They saw them, grabbed them out of somebody's car. So I'll bake that in as a possible plot hole. I won't red flag that one. Yeah, their senses are heightened, but all this stuff is really far from each other now. This is the Delta, Mississippi. They're not packed together like you or me.
Like, right. That's what I'm saying. Like they wasn't just at the Klans dude's house and heard this music from down the street. They was in the area headed to this place in the first place. So they were already there. If they were that fast, they'd have just zoomed there that fast. So they walked a normal pace there, but then they zoomed back to go get some instruments and shit, and then zoomed. I get it. I'm not gonna harp on it because I understand it's a plot hole for necessary sake. I'm just nickeling on that one. But because that is possible too. They do move fast as hell. So if they was walking at a normal pace, if they wanted to zoom, and I can see they musicians and stuff, like you said, it was a bunch of supplies was still outside. They could have, you know what I'm saying, scoped a little bit. I give you that. Just it's too convenient. It's too convenient to work with the overall thing that I'm trying to point out. Just like how evil and bad they are. It kind of leads to the point of them trying to come steal the music too.
They're vamps, so to me, like they feed on people. That's their whole thing. They colonize, they consume, they absorb. Like that's their whole thing. So I mean, for me,
and I know
whether they are white or black vampires, they would have had much the same goal.
Right, and they hit you in the Lestat. So I know what that means. That hits you in the Louis. They hit you in the Louis. So
that's why I thought it was. Well, that's why I thought it was such a great movie because, like, once again, you can look at it through a lot of different lenses, and I like that a lot of the vampirism being the same as Christianity. Yeah. They established that from the beginning. Like this vampiric nature is built into Christianity, into whiteness, into colonization, into this vampiric nature exists in a lot of different things. Like they established that from the beginning of the movie.
All the things we specifically call evil. So it's like
that's why the sinners. It's relative. Right. I mean, it's subjective. Like sinner, who's the sinner? Well, that depends on who the saint is.
I think a lot of the people that we talk about, and a lot of like the perception that I have a problem with is that you would have to remind them that everybody was sinners in the movie.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
you see what I'm saying?
Have takes I don't like. I'm just talking about my take. Like the reason it's sinners is because who's the sinner is going to depend on who you think the saint is. Who the saint is going to depend on which team you on. And that's the whole idea of the movie.
I don't think it was written that I'm with you. Like I'm not saying the opposite to disagree. In the way I am, just digest that how you want.
I was about to say everybody in the juke joint was a sinner. Is a sinner,
right?
To somebody,
right? You get that, and I don't want to do you the same way that you get done with the marriage thing. But I also know how you feel about vampire movies. I also know how you feel about the vampire genre. And you're approaching it from that lens too. And I can promise you that most people are watching it that I'm talking about.
I'm approaching it from the lens that I feel like he established in the first couple opening shots. That's where I got that from. That is the point. from the establishing
Right.
first
Right.
couple
That's what I'm saying.
minutes.
I'm right,
I'm
I'm
looking
taking
at the
yours,
movie
Bree,
through
but
the
I'm
lens that I
also
feel like the
listening
movie
to
is. I'm looking at the
right.
movie in the lens that I feel like the director is guiding me to see the movie through, based off how he established it before
And
the
I
middle of the
am
movie.
too. And I am
Yeah,
too. And you see how we seeing
right.
two different things?
Well, because there are multiple ways you can look at it, and that's what I'm saying. Like that's built into
Right.
the movie.
I'm also saying is this. And you're like, well, no, it's this, I'm going by
I mean,
this.
I'm not
I'm
disagreeing. I
I'm
was
I'm
explaining to
giving
you
grace to
why
yours too.
whiteness.
Right.
You said that
Right.
the white people were evil, and
And
I
I'm
agree with
right.
Yeah, but real quick though, Bree, like
Right.
Yellow, what's your
And
complete
right.
thought? Because I haven't heard your finished thought.
That's kind of my point.
Whatever.
Like, you know what I'm saying? When I'm getting to it, it's almost like, well, no, this is why it's like that. And I'm just going by this. And it's like, so the point that I'm ultimately trying to make is that all of the evil, all of the mistakes, all of the sinners, quote unquote, are only translated through a certain lens. Right? Like I said, you would have to remind people who the sinners are in this movie, based on the majority of how people are.
So you're talking about the general
Mary
public.
getting blamed. Mary getting blamed. The vampires that originally started it are getting blamed. The Asian lady is getting blamed. Other than that, everybody else is just they are painted as just good-hearted, good-natured people who just made bad mistakes.
Gotcha. So
While
you're talking about
everybody else is right. While the whiteness of it all is just painted as inherent evil. Everything about them is the aspect of evil. The vampire who kicked it off is evil. Even the people who he first bit, who he brought with them, are evil. It's all painted through that lens. And that's where all of the things are kind of coming from, is through them. Because even with Smoke and Stack, they robbed and killed people, but because it was of the time we was in, and because it was from who they did it from, like because it was the Irish and the other folks, the Italians, we don't care. We don't care. We'd all been dancing in there with Smoke and Stack like we ain't give a shit. Everybody who likes it and watched it from that lens would have been right in there chilling with them, like because to them they're not doing nothing wrong. Notice how Delta Slim kept trying to tell people this ain't devil, this ain't bad, this ain't it. He's trying to justify it. He know he a sinner, he a drunk that almost went to jail, that basically played his way out of going to jail. That's why I was saying Delta Slim might be closer to Robert Johnson. That might be the character who tied closer to the dude who sold his soul to the devil for talent. And not Sammy.
All right, so basically your issue is that the common black person is going to sanitize all of the black people through some form of justification. They're poor, they're black, they're oppressed, so the stuff that they do is just them trying to survive, or survival mechanisms, or trauma. But everybody else, like Grace or Mary or anybody that has a different complexion, gets full blame, and it's their fault.
Right? Look how Mary was treated. Yeah, look how Mary was treated. That would be that's why I was like, that's one of the better examples. Look how Mary was treated. They was just in there. It was Mary's fault. It was all Mary's fault. How? How? Because all she wanted was Stack. That's all she wanted. She was cool with damn near everybody. The other black lady called her family. Annie. She got all the answers, and she was this, and she led this, and she the one off. She spoke up for her, and her word wasn't good enough because y'all gonna still blame her. You wanna know why? Because you didn't see the vampire that came back in the room. You saw the white woman that came back in the room. And it stopped your perception. You see what I'm saying? It stops you seeing the actual facts.
Eddie. Nah, so real quick, man, I want to shout out to Jason, man, because he dropped a wire quote from Marlo in the chat, man. You want it to be one way, but it's the other way. I gotta rewatch that. And to Mandrill, man, he made some compelling points. And that's actually, now this is something I'm gonna say. I don't know if Mandrill's still here, but I actually think, and I don't think anybody's gonna rock with me. I know Anaya didn't when I said it. The real villain of this movie is blackness. That's the real villain for me. Now we can unpack that later, but let's move on. Let's move on. We can come back to that.
Keep chanting Annie. She ain't did nothing but be fine and thick.
Yeah, thick and fine.
Ain't did nothing but be thick and fine. She tried. I ain't knocking the effort. But
I don't know how you could look at it the spirit sense. Yeah, I also, we had this conversation off the show, but like I think depending on which lens you relate to or think is right, if you're a person who has beliefs and you believe that belief makes you right, you could probably find a lens in this movie in which you're right, and you're going to be able to find evidence to justify that stance. So if you think the Christian lens was right, then you'll be able to watch this movie through a Christian lens. If you think blackness is right, you'll be able to watch the movie through a black lens. If you practice hoodoo, you'll be able to watch this movie through a hoodoo lens. If you find justifications that each path led to whatever, like you can watch it through all those different ways and see it. If you think money and power is the way or domination is the way, you can find that. So I think that it's layered in that way. And do you think sin justifies the end? Like if a person's a sinner, are they condemned? Are they worth saving? What makes a person worth saving? What is it to really be saved? What is it to really be free? Like, I think all of those things are explored in the movie. So you can probably watch this movie 4 or 5 different ways.
Oh yeah.
And have a different story open up to you each way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I see the movie.
Yeah. And I'm with that too. That's what I'm saying. My stance ain't the way you should watch the movie. That's just how I saw the movie. So now I'm with you on that too.
Yeah, and I think the way you see the movie, the most forefront lens is probably telling you what your lens is.
Yeah.
As with most art, like
the
interpretation you get is kind of more insight into you, not necessarily the set way the media is.
Sick of you niggas.
So yeah, in the chat, tell me how y'all saw the movie. What lens did you see the movie through? Like I can tell a lot of people watched it through a Christian lens. Some Christians didn't even make it through the damn movie.
Right. I'll say spirituality more than Christian, because I have to say more spiritual people could rock with it.
Yeah, spiritual people definitely could rock with it. I don't think the Christians probably didn't make it through the movie too much.
Yeah, I don't think nobody with an actual type like by the book, by the Bible.
Yeah.
Thing with that, I don't even think that would even rub in the right way, because like
it didn't rub.
The preacher was the clear-cut bad guy, because you stop him, you stopping Sammy from shit. You talking about in 2025? When we talking about all these people who hold you back and stop this, you ain't gonna stop my shine and all this other shit.
Well, you can't say his daddy wasn't wrong though. How his daddy interpreted what was the experience. It was through that certain lens. But if Sammy would have went to that place that night, he would have never tasted freedom. But he also wouldn't have played that same song. He also wouldn't have lived through that. Because like at the end of the movie, when you see the scene where he's like, that was the best day of my life before the sun went down. Yeah, he's like, I actually felt free. I actually felt, he's like, I actually tasted freedom that one time. Like, and so if he would have listened to his dad, he would have never tasted freedom. Was tasting freedom worth that night? What happened after it? That's up to him. But it's like, he wouldn't have went through that if he would have listened to his dad. But he also wouldn't have tasted freedom. But freedom comes at a cost.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's and real quick, little tidbit, we're gonna jump to the end. It's super spoiler, so if you ain't seen it, shout out to Derek. The guy at the end, speaking of guy, was Buddy Guy, blues legend from Chicago.
Yeah, because he went to Chicago after. Yeah.
Right. He was Chicago 92. Yep. He was in Chicago. He said that's where he was gonna go. So that was him. That's I don't know if y'all know who Shawnee is. I know. Probably know the rapper Shauna. That's her. That's how old, man.
DTP.
That's how pop. Yeah.
Okay.
That's how old. So yeah.
Hey,
But
Nepo baby.
yeah. To I said that to say that he was also I said that to say this. That's why I know the preacher was set out to be the bad guy. Because everybody here, I mean not everybody here, but for the most part, everybody can agree that Sammy
you cut
almost.
you
Not
cutting in
quite,
and out, so
but
I
he
didn't
cut
hear
out. Can't make
He
out what
became
you
a
said.
sinner. Oh, he became a sinner that night.
you.
Ooh, I cut out. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
No, I was saying so. I agree. I agree. Sammy ended up being a sinner that night. He definitely did some sinning.
Yeah. It was his coming of age. It was his rite of passage. It was a coming of age tale for Sammy. I felt.
Right, but see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? See how you said it, kind of like in that perspective.
Yeah.
Nobody would see nothing wrong with that because it's like, well, hey, look, that's just, you know what I'm saying? That's just him kind of growing up and learning.
He was at a fork in the road, right?
So he was essentially seen as an innocent.
He was on the cusp of manhood, is kind of what I saw it.
Right, essentially an innocent. Out of the whole dynamic, he was the one that needed to be saved. He was all the way up to the end till he saved himself, kind of. You know what I'm saying? But he was the one that needed to be saved. He was the one that needed to be protected.
He had all the potential. He had the potential of youth in front of him.
All the potential. Right. It was his story.
Spoke to him. Right.
Right. It was his story, like you said. Right. Now, the only potential that he could fulfill was doing what he did. His father, the preacher, was trying to stop that. We're not rocking with him. Because guess who else tried to stop it too? Remy. So now we're not rocking with him because he's trying to stop Sammy from playing the music.
We're not rocking with who?
With the preacher. That's why it was like, no, the preacher couldn't. If you view, no, the preacher definitely was not painted to be.
I was just saying, if you viewed the movie through a Christian lens, his father wasn't wrong completely. Like if he would have listened to his father, he would have avoided this whole situation. And for people who are looking at it through that lens, that is good. To not have to have gone through this and almost die and see all your friends and family die and blah, blah, blah. If he would have listened to his father, he would not have had this experience. Therefore, what his father told him was not wrong.
Okay. So do you think the people who watched it through that lens will feel the same way that majority of people who watched it feel? Like this transcendent, life-changing...
That the dad was...
Right.
Yeah, I think they could still connect to the movie, in an emotional way. And still feel like, yeah, I think they could watch the movie and still connect to it because you still get, like, for every view you take it, you're going to get stuff through the movie that's going to solidify your belief more. It's not like you only see Christian imagery at the beginning of the movie and at the end when the daddy there. So you're going to see Christian imagery and stuff through an allegory throughout the movie to solidify your stance.
If you can recognize it.
Yeah, if you can recognize it. Yeah.
That's probably
because you got to think
the way you're used to seeing it.
Right. If you're looking at this movie as a Christian, they're sinners. They're in a den of sin. So everything that happens in this den of sin is going to be devilment or the outcome of disobeying the father or chasing sin or letting lust and temptation. But he said,
so they're going to enjoy watching everybody get yeeted then.
The story becomes if you watch it through a Christian lens, the story becomes 1 Corinthians 10:13, which is what they read. The story becomes that you're going to face temptation, but for any temptation you face, you will always be provided with a way out of it. And that's what the story becomes for you if you watch it through the Christian lens. That is the story that you're going to see play out. And it does. So that's the story if you watch it through the Christian lens.
Okay, yeah, no.
Yeah, because that's what they read. First, when he was in there, he's like, I want you to preach the sermon. This is what we're going to preach. The dad thought Sammy didn't know the verse, the scripture, because he thought he don't pay no attention to what he teaching him. But Sammy knew the scripture. He was able to say it himself. He knew it well.
While he was doing it.
Yeah, he closed the book while he was doing it, so he knew it well.
Oh, the pride of no.
And if you notice where the guitar was, it was in front of a table that says, remember me. in remembrance of me, which would be like where they would keep the communion stuff for a church or whatever. So the guitar was the way that God provided Sammy out of his temptation. So if you watch the movie from that lens, you will see that story play out. I saw it. So that's what I'm saying. Like, for every lens you literally can watch the movie through, there's going to be things. It's going to be a cohesive story through each lens. And that's why I was like, this is an amazing movie. Like, that is so much attention and so layered to make sure that no matter what lens you look at it through, all of these lenses that Black people share or have, you can watch this movie through like all of them. And it's not going to feel like you don't see it.
Yeah.
Did his father tell him reasons why not to play the guitar? Yeah, his dad told him why he don't think he should play it.
Did he?
Right. Because he said it's
gonna
bring the devil.
Yeah, he said it's the devil music. If you keep tempting the devil, one day you're gonna meet him.
Yeah.
No, is that okay? Wait, did he say the blues? Was he when he said that? No matter how he said it, was he talking about the blues music that he likes to play?
Yeah.
Or the guitar? Because he allowed Sammy to play the guitar in church.
Yeah, he was talking about that blues music he liked.
Okay, so that's different. So I mean, that's not a reason not to play the guitar because Sammy wasn't play the guitar in church.
Yeah, I don't see him being against the guitar because he had the guitar over there and he knows Sammy played the guitar.
Right.
I think he also knew it was his brother's guitar, even though Sammy didn't know that. And I think seeing the twins come meet Sammy, I think he didn't want Sammy fucking with them twins either. So I'm gonna agree that I don't think the dad had an issue with the guitar because, like Rashawn said, a lot of the biggest blues players grew up in church. They were preacher kids and they played music in the church. So that's what they thought they should use their gift for, the church, not to play devil music. So I think it was the blues.
Where I'll say I'll agree with both. Here's my argument for the guitar. The story behind it. That Smoke and Stack told Sammy. They didn't tell him the truth at first.
Remember, Stack told him it was somebody else's guitar. Stack lied
they won it off, right? They won it off a guitar player.
Right.
Then they didn't tell him about what happened to their father, because I think one of the twins killed the other because he was beating on the other twin.
Yeah, Smoke killed their dad.
Right.
Yeah.
And you didn't find that out all the way to the end. And who was the one that lived as a human?
Smoke was the last one living.
Smoke was the last one. I'm trying. I can't remember. It's the same nigga. So.
Stack lived as a vampire.
Right. All right. Stack was a vampire.
Or just say the colors red or blue.
Smoke told him to put the damn guitar down. He didn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because he said, "Man, I belong to my dad." Yeah, put that guitar down, man. Let it go. And he didn't.
Nope.
Same thing his father told him when he got to the at the end, when he got to the church. He said, "Put the guitar down."
Mm-hmm.
Said nope.
So he had to go do all of that. See what I'm saying? So if because you're not even dare finna sit up here and tell me that one of the secret messages or hidden encoded message was destiny, and that you supposed to do this, and this is how things are supposed to play out, and you should. I know all of these things, and that ain't how that wasn't one of them.
You said he had to. Who's the he that had to do whatever? What?
Sammy. That's what we was talking about.
So Sammy had to do what?
Sammy had to go through what he had to go through. Sammy had to defy his father. He had to not listen to everybody. So the preacher had to be wrong for Sammy to reach his potential, which was be one of the greatest.
Well, he had to turn. He had to not listen to his father's counsel. I mean that was his fork in the road moment. Like, that's why I'm like, the movie kind of opened up with him being at a fork in the road. He was on the cusp of manhood. What path are you going to take? So he didn't have to go through that. He just chose a path the opposite of his father. So then you go through that path, but he didn't have to choose that path. Like,
I mean, right? But if everybody
did the sermon on Sunday,
but he kind of had to.
Well, I'm saying because he chose not. He didn't want that,
right? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, the people's potential was him playing the blues, him playing the music.
Well, that's his passion. That's his passion.
Agree. The people everybody was complimenting the boy on his potential.
Oh yeah, I mean, no, that's his passion. Yeah, he has good potential at it. He's talented.
Right. So it would have been pointless for everybody to keep talking about this potential he had to be this great blues player and this great musician if he didn't do it at the end of the movie.
No, I mean, yeah, obviously for the movie, we know that's the story that we were going to take. We open with his father. No, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the story that was told. That is the path Sammy chose in the movie. So that's the story we saw. But my whole point in the beginning was he didn't have to choose that path. If he would have listened to his father, he wouldn't have went through this. This wouldn't have even been a movie. So yeah, like obviously the movie is about Sammy choosing to oppose his father and go down the path of meeting the devil. Like that's what the movie is.
So does the movie hit the same if he doesn't?
If it wouldn't be no movie if he didn't, if he listened to his dad. Yeah, it wouldn't have been this movie because he would have. Yeah, it's like he would have just been like a pastor or something, or he would have went and preached that sermon on Sunday. And so,
that's my point.
For the sake of that movie, yes, Sammy chose
that's my point. The only movie I'm talking about right now. That's my point.
That he chose the path and he had to walk it. Yeah, duh, that's the movie.
Right? No, that the pastor had to be wrong. The pastor couldn't be written as a character. That's
the pastor not wrong though. Like the pastor's not wrong. Like I don't know why y'all saying he's wrong. Like, are you saying wrong? I like philosophically, like for trying to stunt Sammy from his passion, or wrong about what he said would happen? That's what I need to, because I'm saying he's not wrong about what he said would happen. That's what I'm saying when I say he's right.
Factually correct.
He was factually correct, but ideologically he was wrong.
He was wrong about him seeing the devil. I'm saying he was wrong about him playing the music he wanted to play.
So he was wrong for trying to stunt Sammy, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay, well, I agree with that.
Can I argue the opposite?
Right. Okay.
Can I argue the opposite for a moment?
Okay.
I would say he was actually wrong because for Sammy, that one juke joint night as a young man through the entirety of the rest of his life was the best night of his life. Yeah. So that freedom that he chose, that path he took, did not get him any further or better than that one day as a youth. So I would say that's not a path of success. No matter how much money he had, no matter how much fame he had, nothing equaled the joy he had from the time he woke up to the time the sun went down that one day as the 19, 20-year-old boy, young man. So I would even say that the father was not wrong.
Yeah.
Because if your days never get better than that one day when you were 20 and you're an 80-year-old man, I'd have a hard time believing that that's the right way to go.
And you know what? And I think that night was when I saw the movie as Sammy was at a fork in the road and he chose the blues. And you know what I think that night did? It made him one of the best blues players, because the blues is like how you alchemize your pain of loss and everything through music, which is kind of like when we saw what's the old man name? Delta Slim, when he was telling the story about how his friend died, and remember it got so painful he just started singing. He just started humming because he couldn't talk about it or cry. And that made him, that loss almost like it made him a better blues player. So I kind of see it as that's what the price Sammy had to pay to get his full potential. It was like, you want to be the best blues player, you're gonna have to have some loss and pain to like make you great. And like that's what that night was. That was the price for what he said he wanted.
Yeah.
So I kind of see it as that, like,
and I would just consider that a Pyrrhic victory. Like it cost too much.
Deal with the devil.
Yeah, he dealt with the devil. He became the greatest, so he had the greatest blues to produce the greatest blues.
Exactly.
But that tamped down the joy for the rest. It muted the rest of his life. That no day became better than that one day.
And that's what they say when you make a contract with the devil. It's like you get what you want, but it's like, when you get to the other side. So that's what I mean. If you watch the movie through the Christian lens, you can see, you know what I'm saying? You can see it play out through that Christian lens, which if that's how you watch the movie from front to back, you will see that. Like you will see that Sammy got what he wanted, but he paid a heavy price for it. And that's what the Christians always warn about, dealing with the devil. Okay, you want to choose the devil, you're gonna make a deal with him. I mean, we all know he makes shady deals. And I feel like that's the story. Like, I think it's great. I don't practice Christianity. It's the practice of another group of people. People's God is technically not black folks, our original religion. Okay, yeah, so you watch it more through the hoodoo lens, right, Dark King? I would imagine that the hoodoo symbolism spoke more to you, or you could follow that through line through the whole movie. And I'm sure you can find plenty to support if you watch the movie from the beginning to end through hoodoo. The principles that are there, you're going to see that they probably held up through true through the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's a beautiful movie. You can watch it through I just love it. You can watch it through race relations. You can watch it through Christianity. You could just watch it as chasing your passion. You can watch it through lust, the price of lust, and all that. It's great. All that cooter cat
and his tricks didn't work.
I mean,
I'm stand by that shit.
I would just warn people that however you interpret the movie, tell people more about you than the movie.
So real quick, man, I want to know first. I don't know, Miss Marie is still here.
So it's definitely so that means that means that there's a wrong way to interpret it, right? So that means that there's a wrong way to interpret it.
Gives us more insight into the person interpreting it because there's so many ways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but there's a
what was this question?
Way that you were supposed to interpret.
No, based on you.
So Mr. He said I had this question. I don't know if he's still here because he said he had to get back to work. But vampires can only enter when invited. Do y'all think people mostly invite the chaos that enters their life? What y'all think?
Yep. Because they don't stand on what they say. And they don't live true to the principles they move through life with. Or they move through life with no principles. So, yeah, I agree.
No. I doubt most people invite chaos into their life. Because that's why it looked how it did. That's why Mary was able to get in. Because he didn't expect Mary to bring chaos in. So now most people they just if you're chaotic, then yeah, you're more than likely gonna invite it in because that's what you want. I don't think most people with good sense or most sensible people, most reasonable people ain't inviting it in.
And I land, I guess, in between. So I'm going to give it like 75%, like 75-25. Because, yes, there are the group of people that do invite chaos. They some men just want to watch the world burn, and women. Absolutely. But out of most sensible people, most of them do not have the self-awareness or the situational awareness to not invite chaos. So in an attempt to get a need filled or a desire filled, they invite chaos because they don't know what chaos looks like, or whatever word you want to replace chaos with. Damage, harm, trauma, whatever word you want to throw there, some negative consequence is coming with the thing they're inviting in. Like, again, like Mary, you don't know that you're inviting in a vampire because you don't have the awareness. There's some knowledge you lack. There's some knowledge you don't have, but you are inviting it in under the disguise of something familiar to you, a familiar pattern that you've been practicing since childhood, a familiar type of relationship, whatever.
Like cornbread. I think that's what cornbread represented in the movie. Like, I think the level of awareness kind of thing. Because like you said, the familiarity he had with Mary, he didn't even realize she was different when she walked up.
Yeah. He's not paying attention where
he invited her in. Yeah. She didn't ask directly, like, can I come in? She kind of just like talked to him, and their familiarity let her in.
Yeah. So that's that subtlety,
right?
But it's like subtlety.
But right. But she wasn't a vampire first, so it's not like They
That's what
let
I'm
her
saying.
in knowing she was chaotic, right?
He didn't
I'm
know, but it
I'm
was the familiarity that made him not see that she came in different.
right. Right. I'm translating more what I hear what bro's saying, but I'm seeing it more as you and the first time she came in, she was a vampire and you invited her in.
Yeah, because but Rashawn is saying most people miss it unless it's overt.
Right, but I'm saying how again, how
but you
we
still
supposed
invited
to,
it in.
right? How are we okay? So, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I say most people don't, because if it's under the guise of like Mary, there's no reason to even, she's already proved herself not to be a vampire. So it's not really like there was nothing to disseminate.
Which is why I said, like, that's why I actually spoke to that. I said that there's some knowledge that you do not have. So while you're trying to get a need or a want filled, you're inviting in something that's disguised as something familiar. You're inviting in chaos that's disguised as something that you're familiar with, that's comfortable for you, something that you want. So I actually spoke to that. That's something that people do. And I'm not saying that you can do anything about it, because if you knew, you wouldn't invite it in. If you knew the person was going to kill you when you went to sell the thing that you on Craigslist, you wouldn't go. If you knew the person that you came over on a date was going to give you a venereal disease, you wouldn't have sex. Like, if we knew that the chaos was actually, most people, that's why I said I separated them out. There's people that actually do want chaos. They want problems. I want them always. I want the smoke. No pun intended. There's those people that want problems because they're damaged in some way. But when I spoke to, because you used the term, and I can't remember exactly what you said, but general people of goodwill, just general everyday people who just want to make it through life, do not intentionally invite chaos and destruction and suffering. What I said, they don't know that they're inviting those things in because it looks like something familiar. And if you don't know, you can't choose better. Something is your knowledge. I said your situational awareness or your self-awareness. You may not know yourself because sometimes you're the problem. Sometimes the thing is a glaring red flag and you just can't see it because maybe you're colorblind. So at that point, when it's the situation, you don't know that most people don't know that they're broken, which is why they'll keep walking into the same situation and blame everybody else. And if that's the case, you're not going to know to fix you because you think you're fine and everybody else is the problem. So there's a blind spot. I guess is the best term for it. There's a blind spot that a lot of people carry. And when you have a blind spot, something can sneak into it. That's just the fact of life that we have to deal with. So we have to find ways to try to shore up our blind spots. Having somebody watch our six, somebody that can watch out for you, watch over you, like that. Those are the kind of, you have to have some kind of mechanisms, a mirror, something that would allow you a different perspective than the one you hold, especially if you find out that you have a blind spot because you keep walking into similar problems and you don't understand why. If you don't know why you're having the problems you're having, you have a blind spot. If you can't understand why things are happening in your life, the way they're happening, your relationships, whatever, there's a blind spot there. And if you don't want to keep going into the same problems, you have to find a way to get vision wherever that blind spot's at.
Yeah. I missed a little bit of that, but that's why I also love the cornbread character, because I think he represents a lot of like normal people. I think he was that person kind of somewhere in the middle of like, well, Delta Slim told him, man, you watching the dough, just go ahead and pee right here. Yeah. You done put the drunk on the dough.
And it actually would have been better.
Right.
Nobody was outside. He could have peed on the side of the juke joint.
Right. Right. You could have just peed right there in the light. You know, Delta, you done put Delta Slim drunk ass on the dough. And you didn't even listen to him. And he was like, man, just go pee right here. Nah, you got to go way out the way. Yeah. So I think that's how a lot of people welcome, like, kind of like chaos, you know, but he had let her in. He was the doorman. He had already let her in, but she came back with different energy. She came on some other stuff, but it's like most people wouldn't see that. So I do agree that like most people don't know they inviting it. Most people, and I also think it's interesting that like when asking people about this movie, I think in conversation or like I'm always interested to see where people think it fell apart. Not because I think any answer is right, like it's all up to interpretation, it's art, but I think it's like interesting to see where people feel like everything went wrong. Because for me, like I feel like they fucked up when they stole money from the white folks up north and then came down and bought a whole bunch of land with a whole big bag of money off stolen money. And like at a slaughterhouse, kind of like if I picked that up instantly, and it's just like for me, it can only go bad. Like for me, principle, because of like what I believe, I feel like it can only go bad for you if that's how you move it. And I think that's kind of how Annie was too, a little bit. But like for me, because you started it wrong, because you built it on a bad foundation, it can only go wrong. But a lot of people, people have different points in the movie where they feel like shit went bad. Like some people say it was the Asian lady. I'm like, man, we was already in hell by then. I mean, but it's just very interesting to see where people really think shit went wrong. Because there were so many subtle missteps before anything ever hit the fan. And if everything was airtight, an enemy like Remick wouldn't have been a threat at all, because he really couldn't do nothing if he wasn't let in. And I think that speaks to kind of like the problems in your life. Like you actually have a lot more power than you think. And a lot of stuff can't do anything to you if you don't even let it in. But a lot of people don't realize they letting shit in. Like you just got to Mary walking back in, like making a beeline to him. And the thing, Milkshake never even didn't even know his folly. Like
anybody listening, when you hear Milkshake come out of Bree's mouth, she's talking about cornbread.
I'm talking about cornbread. I call him Milkshake because I just wanted it to be his name. His name Milkshake. But he never actually even realized he fucked up. I don't think. I think he got turned when she was in there causing chaos. Wasn't he peeing outside? Yeah. So he never even realized he fucked everything up. That's crazy. I mean, maybe he did as a vamp, but I'm just saying, like, he was never human again after that. So that's fucked up. He
realized as a vamp. God dog, Smoke, what happened to you?
His code switching was crazy. The fact that they made him code switch as a vamp.
Cornbread.
I haven't heard nobody blame cornbread.
Mary and Grace are my prime too.
I never hear people blame cornbread, but
that's what I thought you were saying. Okay, never mind.
I think being a doorman is a very important, like spiritual wise, like that's an important thing. Gatekeeper. Like being the guarder of the door, the gatekeeper, that's a big spiritual principle to me. So I feel like he's important. Like he's the gatekeeper. But the problem with his character was he builds on his work. He don't see his job through. So that's why he was always a bad gatekeeper, and he was gonna be.
Dang. No, I like it.
Yeah. So I actually love his character because I feel like I think he's the average black person.
Nobody did.
Cornbread. He's the average black
Nobody did. Nobody did.
Like, but he was the doorman, so that's why they're looking at him.
And flash her fangs at him. Like talking about they was unaware. They nobody did. Guess what? Her man Stack would have invited her in. Smoke would have invited her in. Annie would have invited her in. Anybody in there would have invited her in. Am I right or wrong?
I think you're right. Because I actually didn't like the way Annie called out Cornbread. She really didn't have a reason to, but I knew for the movie.
It was like intuition.
Right. Yeah. For the
allegedly, that's what we're gonna say. But there was absolutely no reason to question Cornbread. Because they were all blocking the door. Like, see, with Cornbread, maybe Mary could have got around. So if anybody should have been questioned, it should have been Mary.
But it was after. But remember, I think Annie was on edge just because that was after Mary had already attacked and ran out.
But that's a weird edge.
She had already. Well, I'm just saying that's why I could feel like why her feelers would be up though, because Mary's killed Stack, got shot like a bunch of times and ran out the door laughing. I think they was already like, I think Annie was like, hold on, like, I don't know what the fuck going on. And then she thought she was a Hank.
She was thinking it was a Hank, not a vampire.
So you can't let a Hank in.
So what?
You don't let a Hank in either.
Okay. Maybe so. Yeah. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know what a Hank is.
So she was kind of going from like just the rules of engagement with
Yeah.
a spirit, like a
I
ghost.
let that
or-
one slide, but it was bothering me. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all all blocking the door, and he can't ask y'all to let him in.
Right.
Like, come on.
That's
now.
why she was like, well, I think because it's a rule that the dead got to be invited in. So even a ghost, which is a haint, which is like a type of ghost, has to be invited. Like they can't come in. So that's why she was like, oh, the real reason you can't come in because you dead. I don't even think at that point she had decided they was vampires yet. But I think she was just like, oh, you dead, which is a haint. So that's why she was like on edge. I mean, if that had happened before Stat got killed, then I would say it would be weird. But she was alright. She like, some ain't clean in the water, so fuck all y'all. Y'all can't come in.
Yeah, that's the only thing saving that decision, because it was after the fact.
Yeah, it still feel weird to me. Like it's hitting my little yellow button. Like, I don't know. I get it. The situation was off, but then, like, again, this is somebody that you trust. Nothing's happened. There's no reason to, like, so unless you're gonna do that for I don't know. It just felt off. Again, I'm gonna let that one go. But I know you bring up that question. But Dark Ken actually had another question before that. So in essence, gospel music is just as evil because it mostly references praising another group of people's gods. I know there's a question mark on it, but I was like, I thought we could talk about that real quick because the whole blues music, gospel music thing. If they're not the gods that your people were, I guess, genetically tied to, geographically tied to, if you're praising them with their style of music, is that some kind of, I don't know what the word for it. I'm just saying use betrayal, but like I'm thinking y'all can see what I'm going. If it's not your God by race, by right, by region, and you're incorporating the principles and practices of a God that was given to you by your enslaver, do y'all think that carries some kind of problematic energy?
Well, I would say to some degree, it's going to just depend on what you believe. Like from a Christian lens, that wouldn't be a thing because Christian God isn't race. God is not a race. So to see it as like God is a race, so I'm worshiping a race.
Even if it's not race, like ethnicity, because he chose people, and not by race, but let's say ethnicity. Let's change the word race to ethnicity because God was very ethnic in the Bible.
I mean, but then if you're like, okay, I'm here in a Christian nation, and I'm here, like, I'm not African. Like, I'm a slave, and I'm only been born here. I don't even know an African.
32,
right. So I'm like, there's no other God for me to worship because this God is also being integrated into my people. Like slaves weren't always Christians, like in practice either. So, but they had become Christians in practice, and gospel and Black Christianity was its own offshoot. So this was very much so their religion at this point. So that's what I'm saying. Like to put that lens on it, it's like from the outside you can say that, but the people going through the experience don't feel the same way you're saying. So I don't think that they
have adopted it.
Yeah, they don't feel like they're worshiping another race's God as their God too.
So like I want to take that out of it because that makes it like a moot point. Like obviously, if I'm doing it, I think it's fine. So I'm speaking to you from somebody that's the outsider perspective. If you're watching a group of people who have been enslaved, even if it's not Black, let's say the Kansas City Chiefs enslaved the Cleveland Browns. Right,
that needs to happen.
Right.
And we find out 20 years later the Cleveland Browns are doing the arrowhead chop.
Yeah.
And we'd be like, that's not a Cleveland Brown thing. Y'all bark. Y'all the dog pan.
That happen all the time.
But they're like, no, we love doing the chop. It's the Cleveland chop now. You know what I'm saying? So would you think that was off? Or would you think like, okay, well, since they've adopted this practice, and this goes back to one of the first conversations we had, Brie, about where does the energy come from? The way it's currently being used or the way it was originally intended?
Right.
So go ahead.
I
was going to say, just kind of from what I've noticed, and this is outside of like America.
Mhm.
In other countries, the oppressor and the oppressed have the same deities. Like they have the same gods that they pray to. You know what I'm saying? Their religion is the same. It's just all a point of view. It's the same thing with the it's the same thing with the Bible. So if we looking at it like how you're looking at it, Christianity and all that, one side of Christianity is viewed to control the slaves. The others definitely paint us as the chosen people who just gotta go through a little tough times before we get to the before we get to the jackpot round, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Before we get to pick our prize off the stage. I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I'm saying? You got to thug it out, and then at the end, prosperity. You know what I'm saying? But it's always kind of been like that. You know what I'm saying? If you look at other countries where it's like dictatorships and all that, they pray to the same gods. They have the same religion. So the oppressor and the oppressed having the same belief system, especially when it's in a country. Like the unfortunate part is the country. For us, the country is also America is also a religious country, like most other countries, and it's Christian. It's mainly gonna be that. So,
yeah, I don't think there's any. There are some religious practice or spiritual practices where you have to be like they will keep you out of it if you don't have enough connection with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like hoodoo and stuff like that. You can't just go be hoodoo. You have to have a birthright. You have to be like born into it. You have to have a certain lineage and stuff. I'm saying with Santeria and stuff like that. So there are things like that where you can't be an outsider and perform it, but I don't think that applies to all empirical or empire religious beliefs. If an empire has a religious belief, it has to be welcome into all kind of people because that's just the nature of empires. Like you absorb vampire, if that makes sense.
Right now, Rafi, we ain't talking about just folking them down the street.
Right. I mean, if you're going to be a large religion, you kind of got to let anybody who want to come in. Like it's just kind of part of it.
Yeah.
Like for it to work. You kind of gotta
numbers. Yeah, you gotta do numbers, B.
Yeah, you can't be gatekeeping. So it's like, yeah, most of the empirical or empire religions, big religions, welcome everybody in some way or another because that would be counterintuitive. Versus those smaller practices like hoodoo and Ifa, all those things, you have to be kind of initiated or you gotta go through it. But those religions and spiritual practices have different goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think so. That's kind of the bigger thing.
Yeah.
One is conquering colonization, and the other one is just kind of like connection to root. And those two things are different.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know you started with being initiated in the hoodoo, but it almost sounded like you were answering this question. Were you answering
right?
This question?
I wasn't, but yeah, that's basically what I would say. It's like those you can't put all spirituality and religion in the same box. Like big religion that needs to do numbers and the ideas to convert people. It's like, yeah, of course you're gonna be like everybody could come in this bitch. Like how you gonna convert and take over if you don't let people in? And with the spiritual practices that are more like smaller and more unheard of, because they gatekeep. So, but those two things have different outcomes they're trying to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's why they move different.
So real quick, like answer this and then Yella. What I want you to tackle this question, Yella, but I want to ask Bree this question first, like to what she just said. What is the purpose then? Is it the Great Commission? Is that the purpose of letting everybody in? Because I would feel like the quality would be better if you had a selective process, a qualification process.
You asking me first or Yella?
You to answer that qualifier, but then I want Yella to hit like the overarching question because you'd already been answering this question in part.
Yeah, like religion. That's why I say religion is different. Like you have to understand. Like to me, it's when we're talking about religion, you're talking about something that works alongside with the powers that be to keep people like in control and funneled and in the point of relation, civilized, like civilization. Religion is part of civilization versus spirituality is like more indigenous, like it's tribal. It's a couple people doing some shit to stay connected to their group, to their roots. Like those two things aren't the same. And I think a lot of people think religion is that, but religion's not that. Like, so like Christianity in its very inception, like Catholicism, right? Like before it was a religion, it was just a bunch of crazies running around saying Jesus and shit like that. Right. And then like they were like, oh, we can't have these motherfuckers disturbing the peace. Let's make a religion. So they made a religion. And like from its very inception, religion is a tool of the empire. So yeah, you got to let everybody in because it keeps civility.
I need Reed to describe everything. Like, I didn't know I needed to. There's a bunch of people out there that run around saying Jesus. We can't have that shit.
I mean, they was disturbing the peace. Like we kill barbarians to keep this shit from coming in our walls. Like we got to do something about it. So they made Catholicism, you know. And that's why Catholicism is what it is because it is a mixture of all the bigger religions that we're at odds. And so religion is always gonna be that. You can call it what you want, but that's what religion is. So yeah, you gotta let everybody in that bitch. Gotta do numbers because it keeps everybody civilized.
Okay. What you think, Yellow? I know that wasn't your thing about the gatekeeper. That was Bree. What do you think about this question here?
Let me read it again. I was just kind of letting Bree cook. So you can apply the doorkeeper to I don't know.
Christian church on. He's basically asking, do Christian church gatekeep?
Yeah, we're talking about the gatekeeper. We're talking about cornbread and allowing access. Mm-hmm. So having
Okay, so from what I see, they don't have to gatekeep because they're strong enough to convert once they get your ass in there.
Okay.
So
hey, turn up.
You know what I'm saying? Like
right.
That's why they
vampires.
Run up if you want to. Watch you be in this bitch praising thinking you wasn't.
Yeah. Right.
Watch
they vampires.
When you wasn't, right? When you thought you wasn't, right? They're the vampires.
Yeah, you can be a vampire. Right.
But that don't make them evil. That's just the metaphor that you use because it's not necessarily evil. If you know what I'm saying, if it's on the up and up, it's on the up and up. But the whole idea is that they're supposed to go in there and convert anything. If you come in there good, we're gonna make it better. If you come in evil, we're gonna make you good. So that's why that's why it's like a hospital. Hospital ain't gonna turn a nigga away. He's shot because he killed 13 people before he got shot. They still gonna work on the nigga. Gonna heal him up. Same thing. It's same idea. Same.
Okay. I know Darkin had this last question. And I know for me, I believe the symbolism is the blood of Christ, but I don't know what it is like canonically. But
yeah, I don't know.
Do y'all know?
I ain't Catholic.
Yeah.
This movie did drop on Good Friday, though. Shout out to Good Friday.
Let's go.
Red fire the same way most companies.
This shit look good.
So, right, the same way most companies use red.
They say the passion, the blood, the martyrdom represents the burning love of the Holy Spirit.
Passion.
Most restaurants use red. It's a way to get you hungry.
Catholics are bloodthirsty and blood obsessed anyway. I mean, most Christians are. It's a lot of blood imagery, so I mean, it's cool. Like,
yeah, drinking something that represents somebody's blood.
We bathe in the blood. We was born out of blood. Like,
I bleed the blood.
Right? Christianity is really bloody, like, just in general. So yeah,
which makes sense why this was super. Which makes sense why this is a super bloody movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's not even a hidden thing. Like, you open the movie with his dad sounding just like Remick. I mean, basically, like when he listening to his dad, he having flashbacks and like these niggas the same.
Yeah.
I mean, Remick even baptized him. So I mean,
right. Yeah. So that's specific. So more to my point on why the preacher would have never was not written to be somebody that was like he was written to be as evil. That's what I'm saying. That's I forgot about that because they did have a little flashback.
What's evil? What does evil mean?
It sounds like the way he's using his antagonist.
Antagonist. Yeah, he's definitely antagonist to Sammy.
I'm not gonna do this.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, he's an antagonist in the story. I can agree with that.
right. That's all I'm talking about. This
Yeah.
right. We was talking about saying right. Anaya said, "I'll bring the preacher," and I was like, I could see why, because it's meant for you to blame him the same way you blame Ramick.
Blame Ramick for what happened to Sammy?
For all of it.
I don't blame Ramick.
Personally,
I don't blame him.
My frame of it is that I see the movie, but I feel like it was really just wrote for one frame, which is fine. I'm not saying that.
I know you. I can tell you feel that way.
Yeah,
that
strongly
is clear.
do, because that's what I got. Like I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. I don't know if I'm at this point because I've been getting cut off this whole time. If the vampires was black and they would attack the black folks, we'd have been cool. I'd have been cool. I would have had no, because can you convey those same messages with black vampires?
Not all of them, no.
Okay. Why not?
In this time period?
Yeah. You can hold on. You can still have all of the racial inequality aspects and all of that, but why can't the vampire come in the form of black folks? You can still have a Klansman. You can still have a Klansman do what he was doing. You can still have all that set up.
Yeah.
Entire.
I just think it would have been a different movie if that was the dynamic that was introduced.
Right.
And it would be like, okay, let's just say some black vampires from Mississippi pulled up on a juke joint and turned all the black people. I mean, okay.
Or turned all the people.
Well, it's mostly black people. And I said black people because it's a juke joint. So it would have been all black people. So I mean, the way it could have fit into this same time period with the same people is like, oh, some out of town band vampires pulled up on the Mississippi people at their juke joint and was trying to turn them. Like, if that was the movie,
yeah,
I think it could have been a movie, but I don't think it would have not had some of the layers that this movie was able to have because of all the different complexities and layers it put on for that time period. I also would personally, if the movie took place in the exact same time period, it would have just been strange to not include the dynamics of the time in the movie for me.
I didn't say you couldn't.
I know you didn't say you couldn't, but if it was just the black vampires coming to the juke joint, like instead of Remick, it was just some Louisiana black players pulled up on the juke joint. Like,
yeah,
you know, so it would have been the same movie, but it would have not had a layer in it that I think makes this movie better. Honestly, I think it does.
So I agree. But I think the point that I'm trying to make is if we was looking at like a layered cake,
yeah,
that layer we're talking about missing would be the cake. You know what I'm saying? Not the frosting, not the icing, not the shit that's wrote on it, not the flavors that's put in it, but the cake batter itself.
Okay.
Like that would be the layer.
Yeah.
Right. So
I mean, yeah, I didn't say it wouldn't be good. Like I'm just saying, yeah, it just wouldn't have had some of the layers that this movie had by including the dynamics that existed in that time with like the Irish and the white and the black and the Chinese people being across the street. I think it just did a good snapshot of that time period in that place. And including all of those people into the story and the plot, I think added a layer that the other story wouldn't have. That's all I said.
So right. And what I'm saying is why are you removing everybody else? All I said.
Because all of that stuff played throughout the movie.
You keep the Asian lady.
I know.
You keep the Asian man. You keep the story exactly how it was.
You only get rid of 3 people.
You only really get in 3 people. Right. Exactly. You're only really getting rid of 3 people.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. The whole Irish, the white people, the colonization being with the colonization, vampirism being talking about the outsiders, like that layer for me would have been missing. I'm not saying I don't understand what you're saying. It's missing a layer that makes this movie better to me. So yeah, it could be a movie. It could be a movie, but that's not a movie to me that would have been the same as this movie.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. It was That's why I'm also saying that it was written to be seen a very specific way.
Yeah, you can't ignore racial dynamics in this movie.
Right. The vampires being white does not exclude the racial dynamics. You could have still had the plan to come kill them at the end. You could have still had the white man sell them the killing floor. You could have still had the Klansmen get turned. You change one person, Rashawn. Take the other two out of it. You change,
but it would have took away vampirism being allegory for colonization and like how the colonizing mindset works.
Right. So that's what
on
I'm
indigenous
saying.
groups. So it would have took that layer out, and that layer was a big part of it for me.
Right. So that's why it's kind of hard for me to reconcile you saying that this movie can be viewed from all types.
You can't. Christianity also still falls into colonization.
Right, but that's not what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm saying, oh, white scary. It's like our real monsters, our real white people.
I mean, they were scary.
You know what I'm
saying?
1932. I get that, but they could have been scary in the ways that they were scary, and the vampires still be black. And the
movie that's the movie you want. That's great. I don't see the point in that. But okay.
Right, but then I mean, I see the point of the movie as it exists.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't understand what the point of not. So why would it not hit that much? You getting all
because it would be missing that layer. That's all I keep saying. Right, I think that makes this movie more interesting.
Right.
So that's why it wouldn't hit the same. It's missing a layer. I like the layers. I like layer cake. I don't want a 2-tier cake. I want a 4-tier cake.
So we like traumatainment.
It wasn't traumatizing for me.
I mean, but it's definitely built off of it.
It's just it's just in the history. This was outside of the vampires. You know, it's pretty scary being black in 1932 in the Mississippi Delta.
Right. Who's taking that away? Is making
nobody's taking it away.
Right.
So I don't need to change nothing.
Does making Remick black change the fact that they're still in 1982? I mean,
it would have changed the movie because the clash wouldn't have been what it was.
Right.
Okay, so once again, it would have changed the movie. If you change the dynamics, you change what is where, it changes the movie.
Not necessarily. Rashawn, do you think that would change the movie?
It would have to change the movie. Like, because you're literally not even trying to be funny. Like, you're factually changing the movie by changing who the vampire
I mean, I get you on that. Let me re-ask the question. Do you think it removes the aspect of being black in 1932 if you change that one character?
No, it only removes that thing that Bree's talking about. You would not be able to see the vampires as colonizers coming to steal black music like that, whatever that angle is. Like, these white people are coming, they want your stories and they want your music. Like, that is the only thing that would be removed from it if you change them out. And that is, for a lot of people, that's become an important piece of this film. I don't think it's necessary, but because that's how people have seen it. Like, Bree saw it like this, so now her brain is anchored there. I can't see it another way. I don't want to see it another way. She's refusing to even think about it another way. Oh, that's fine. Because she saw it this way, she likes it this way. Great, that's fantastic. But if you took it out and replaced those with black people, it would just change the texture. You could still, and I would even change it if I made those. Rebooking this movie your way. If I made the vampires black, my God, what I would have done was had the Klan come at night for a cross burning and show up in the middle of the black on black violence. So you would have had a different allegory metaphor. You would have had the black on black violence metaphor instead of the colonization. And then you would have had the black on black violence spilling onto the Klan who showed up during the middle of this bloodbath. So the black vampires would have been out there attacking the Klan who showed up for the cross burning. They would have been fighting each other. And then the people inside could have been trying to escape while the chaos ensued between the Klan and the black pirates. That, for me, that still would have been enjoyable and entertaining. It just would not have had the exact same set of tensions.
Yeah, different movie.
Yeah, that would have sounded dope.
The shift would have been different. Therefore, the interpretation and all that would have been different.
Yeah.
Right.
Not bad, just different.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying it's bad necessarily, but it does kind of feel like if we want a black horror movie, let's do a black horror movie.
We got a couple now. We got quite a few.
Oh my God.
But black, it just seems like black horror is rooted in white existence.
Yeah.
Right. And that's all it ever is, though. Like, it doesn't really get too much more nuanced than that. Because everything else that y'all seen in that only comes from that. You're starting with that premise. That's what y'all saying. All the signs and symbols and symbolism and how this made sense. And I remember all of this is based on that.
Okay.
It's like tapping an oppressive bone. That
I mean,
here's the thing. You don't have to feel a certain type of way about it or not. Just same way as you saw the movie, this is how I saw the movie. That's, you know what I'm saying? It ain't right or wrong. This is just my opinion.
Now, on a side note, can I ask y'all a question? Have y'all seen the trailer? Speaking of horror movies, have y'all seen the trailer for Jordan Peele Him?
No. That's why I can't watch Jordan Peele. I can't. I can't. It's not like this is revolutionary. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was like the third movie like that, I would be okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? You probably wouldn't have that complaint with me. But it's a trope now besides a genre. I guess it's a genre, I guess, now.
Yeah,
if you want to look at
it's
it,
going bigger than a trope. It's going out to a genre now.
Yeah, it's a genre now. And it's like, it feels trauma porny. Like, I can't do that. It feels like what Shannon Sharp was doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels race play. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if that's dirty, you gotta do the Cabby Lane. Like,
I mean, but that's the thing, though. It is race play. It's literally playing.
Okay, I'm back.
Sorry. Welcome back. And you came back booming. Let's go.
Oh, my bad.
Now you good?
I think I was close to the mic because I was leaning over to hand my daughter the phone.
Mega mic.
Go ahead. Is it better now? It's not booming, or it's
it's clearer and louder. It's great.
Okay.
Booming relative. You're usually not that loud.
Relative boom.
Yeah, I was super close to the mic when I said I'm back.
Yeah, but I feel you. The whole black horror genre, I hear you. I just feel like race play has always been present in a different form. I think race play used to be like blaxploitation. That was race play. It just wasn't horror. And I think trying to marry like trauma, like roots, the trauma of slavery and Jim Crow and all that stuff into horror, like actual horror, like Lovecraft and this right here and Jordan Peele stuff. I think sometimes it's like it's a double dose of horror. Like it just feels like overloaded. But I think for black people, for a lot of us, the horror of like black existence, that feels present. And then you have the supernatural horror on top of it. And it gets, sometimes for some of us, it becomes too much. I can't say for everybody, but I know for me, a lot of times it feels too much. This film though, Sinners, it did not seem to, for me, when I first watched it, again, I told you, because I was watching bootleg, bad audio, it felt like 3 different movies. So I felt like the period piece was better than the vampire film, which was better than the cultural film. Mm-hmm. But once I feel like there was a cohesive web woven, I really don't feel there was much horror. Like there was not a lot of terror in the film.
No, there wasn't. And you know, I don't like horror films. I'm sensitive to it. And I don't even feel like this was really a horror film. But
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was a little gory, but I don't think it was
vampires don't really do horror. Yeah,
I mean, there's some
remember
scary vampire movies though. Like I can't watch.
I'll tell you what, Nosferatu. There's a scene in Nosferatu horror. The most recent Nosferatu,
For as a man, yeah.
As a man, when the old boy
Yeah, exactly.
was like when old boy got locked up in Nosferatu's little chamber, I was
Rashawn was shaking.
I was shook. I was shook. I was rocked. It rocked me.
Right.
I was like, I felt violated.
The best horror taps into what you think could actually happen to you in a lifetime. Like to me, I mean, there's some horror that you watch that's like, this is so fucking crazy.
Yeah.
That it's like, okay, I'm really watching this as an outsider, and then there's horror that you feel like it actually happened, and that makes it.
Yeah.
Or if it did happen to you, you have a visceral response to it, and I think for some people that makes better horror.
Yeah.
And if that's for black people, if this is that, then this is that.
Yeah. And I can see that. I can see some black people having such a heightened sensitivity that they need something like, because we talk about this in relationship stuff. We have such a highly pitched, like we're so used to, I guess, like strong presence, negative or positive. Everything's kind of dramatized with us. So I can see needing for some people extra stimuli to get to a baseline. You know what I'm saying? I could see that conceptually. But go ahead, Yellow, my bad.
No, go ahead. I was
into that thought. I just
because people weren't really fucking with Nope like that, you know. Like I just think about people's reaction to Nope, kind of.
Yeah, but the creature he created that felt like, what the heck is this?
I loved Nope. Like I watched it like 3 times. I'm not gonna hold you.
Yeah, I didn't enjoy it.
I know a lot of people didn't connect to it though. A lot of people's like, I don't get it.
So didn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So like when people present other horror, they're like, I don't fucking get it.
What was the thing over time?
It was the alien movie.
It was a big floaty creature. I don't even know what it was.
It was an alien.
It was a big white floaty. It looked like a jellyfish.
Yeah.
In the sky.
Yeah. It was like a classic alien movie, like from the 80s, like a classic alien movie. Kind of, but not like Aliens, but one of those like it's a big monster. Yeah. It's kind of like with what was the thing with when the tripods came or whatever, like War of the Worlds. It kind of was like
one of them. War of the Worlds.
Yeah. It's like it's kind of like one of those films, and a lot of black people was just like, I don't get it. Like they just didn't get it.
That helped me articulate what I have a problem with black horror. Like a lot of horror is from some kind of unknown, like something that you're unfamiliar with. It taps into that fear, like what the heck is this, or where is this coming from, or I don't understand. I understand black problems. Like there's no horror there for me. You know what I'm saying?
If black people don't, but I also feel like if it's like that, black people just be like, I don't get it. Like if just a lot of people just didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, the film. No, I didn't enjoy the film, but the alien I did. That felt horrible.
So I bet you if the alien was white, they'd have been like, you know what? Nope was great.
It was white,
right?
It was.
So I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying. I think to some degree, it's just I'm bringing it up to say that if there's films and horror being made even through a black lens, like still, but it's not that. You also have to think that people are making what people respond to. And a lot of black people have to emotionally connect to it to feel anything related to it. And I think when you see films that don't do that, that don't follow that formula of like, emotional connection, or they got to connect to it and they have to elicit an emotional response, it don't get the same. It just don't get the same energy. So a lot of it is playing to what people also respond to.
So let me ask you a question based off what she just said. I know black people over the course of my life have not had the same relationship with horror movies. They were never as scared as like everybody say, "Oh, this movie's so scary," and black people will go see the movie like, "What? That was stupid," or "I laughed at it." So, do you think it's possible that a lot of black people just can't tap into regular horror, like Freddy, Jason, The Grudge? It just doesn't scare us because of some of the stuff we've seen in our life, so it just doesn't hit us the same. What do you think about that idea?
I mean, yeah, I can see that. Plus, we don't take we unserious as hell. So we see. I mean, some of that shit scared the shit out of people, but it ain't okay. That shit fucked with us when we was kids. If you watch kid, that shit did not scare you when you was a kid. That shit did not scare you. It didn't scare the people who were older.
Right.
So when you was younger, that shit fucked you up, nigga. You wasn't going in the bathroom saying no Candyman in the mirror, just all reckless. This motherfucker slap shit out of you. You start saying Candyman in the mirror, nigga. Yes, that shit scared the hell out of us. Monsters and shit did. The point is that we're adults now. We have to digest horror a different way. And to me, that shows a lack of range as well. That no other horror can tickle your scared box, but white people.
I've seen it though. I mean, but just watching A24.
I'm black. I'm a black man, and I'm scared of more things than white people. There's actual like shit that you can bring up and show that would scare the fuck is images that you can fucking show that would scare the fuck out of people. There's some scary shit that you can make. I do feel like that show a lack of entertainment range because we try to keep our entertainment in such a small box, and we get mad at other people for expanding their entertainment range outside into our shit. Look how much more fun they have. I'm just gonna keep it a bean with you. Look how much bad entertainment we got. I'm saying this as a review of a good movie. We got a lot of bad entertainment though. We got a lot of shit TV shows. That's why Tubi is just filled with just mid, and that's why people watch it though, because it's free. They watch some nigga shit because it's free. The same way we watch this shit because it's free because I'm on some nigga shit. I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm not paying $40 to see this fucking movie.
He's speaking for himself. I just was impatient. I'm different.
I'm shit, man. I ain't speaking for me. God damn it, there's some niggas who bootleg. It's out there. Trust me. I've seen motherfuckers on Facebook saying, look, Ryan, I'm not going to see that shit in theaters.
It's breaking records though. It's doing great.
It's doing numbers though. Yeah, it's doing numbers. I ain't saying that. It despite us poors not going to see it. You know,
but this is what black people want, because I didn't say to watch A24 movies with black people, and they be like, I don't fucking get it.
Yeah, right, because they
don't get it.
They're not that personal.
So that's what I'm saying. Like a part of that, what's being made is because if it ain't that, it almost don't connect at all.
Right.
And I've said with enough people through A24 films to be like,
right. So you also can't sit up and say that nothing's made for you either at the same time. Because if I'm saying that if you change Remy to a black vampire and that kills 80% of the movie potential,
that also changes the vibes too.
It doesn't. Because
I think the movie had a lot of solidarity.
Right. I'm saying it does in a sense, but it does in a sense. I get that. But then it really doesn't, because because Ramek was just a vampire. He wasn't a Klansman. He was Irish. He didn't even seem like he was racist. He didn't say nigga once. He didn't try to down talk them. He didn't boy them. He didn't do nothing.
I don't think Ramek was a racist. I don't think most people were interpreting him as a racist.
So that's the character I'm talking about, because it would have been a different impact if they sensed evil in this black dude with these two white people. All that, they sensed evil and they could have did this and they recognized that because they could have just as easily invited them people in. And the movie would have been different, right?
I wouldn't have blamed Smoke if Ramek was black.
Right.
I'm just saying, but because Ramek wasn't black, I blame Smoke.
Right.
Just saying.
But you can make the same assumptions about a black dude with two white people that you would make with three white people in that time, right?
I might let him in if a black man was talking.
Yeah, overseer. Yes, slave.
And just some creepy ass looking motherfuckers that's walking up. They didn't walk up looking normal. I mean, think just how them creepy ass white.
I mean, they weren't normal because they was white walking up on a black juke joint.
Right. So
in 1932 Mississippi Delta. So I mean,
right. So you had that same level of looking weird to a black dude. And
I was just saying, if the movie was, I could see him letting a black person in. I could see him having is he black? Let me see what he's talking about. I could see that. Giving him time to be like, oh, let me see what he on.
Yeah.
If you were black.
Just give me that scene where they recognize just the general evil. The evil in everybody. Because we all sinners. So they should be able to recognize the evil. Same way he shot that motherfucker, the other black dudes in the middle of the street.
I guess my struggle is I feel like that's the movie that I got. So I don't know.
I mean, that's the movie that y'all want. Y'all wanted one.
I feel like that's the movie I got. Like what you talking about is what I feel like I got. So I don't know.
Right, but
I just can't connect to why anybody would need to be any other race than what they were. Because I feel like what you're describing is still what I got. So you could still arrive to that conclusion watching this movie. That was very much so. I feel like more of what I got than anything else.
What you talking about? Because you just said that if you change the character, it changes the whole movie. So
it changes like the dynamics of the characters. Like if the black people are attacking black people, and like how Rashawn went through that whole thing of like the black people was already fucking each other up, and then the Klan came and saw them fucking each other up. It changes from a movie of like there's a solidarity that exists in this movie with the black people of like we all do our work, we do our sharecropping, we get together. This is our that time of freedom. We let go, we enjoy each other, we sin. Like there's a certain solidarity in that culture of leaving the week's work behind and getting together with black people in a space that was only black people and just letting your hair down. Like there's a certain solidarity in that. And that was interrupted by the introduction of the vampires. And so I think if it was a different movie, it would change the story that kind of sets up this whole thing, which would be it's different if it's like some black vampires come in and the black people are just fucking each other. Now I'm just watching a movie of black people fucking each other up, which is cool, but that's a different like, you know what I'm saying? I think some of the solidarity, the snapshot of the solidarity that black people had, sharecroppers had, and that culture that they had, I think is also a big part of what people are connecting to. And I just think if you change that, it's a different movie. And that's all I mean. I think there's a solidarity and it changes if you shift the story a little bit.
Right. And I get that, but I'm not talking about, and I'm not saying Rashawn's idea wasn't good, but I'm not even talking about changing the movie. I'm talking about changing the race of one character.
And if Remick was black, then
No.
I think that. I think there would have been a couple problems.
No rumble with the Klan. Even though that shit sounds dope, like they would have to fight their way through that shit. I like that idea, but
yeah, but I mean, if he was black, the white people probably wouldn't have let him in the house, and the movie would have never. Movie just would have stopped after Act 1.
I mean,
or they would have just lynched him outside their house.
He's a vampire,
but he's black. Before they knew he was a vampire, they knew he was white. But before they had, okay, so remember the vampire. If you say they literally just make Remick black, you have to be invited in. You have to be invited in. So the movie's still the same. So if he would put up on those white people, they would not have invited him in.
He'd have found a way.
They wouldn't have invited him in.
We found a way. You
saying keep the movie the same and make him black. And my first problem is we wouldn't even make
that probably would have worked. So we get 2 other white people then.
I mean, he gotta be white.
But no, I get you. Right. I get you. But you know what I'm saying? So it's two other black people then.
So he ran, the black person was running from TikTok and he put up on black. So once again, it changes the movie.
Yeah.
Changes with colonization and whiteness and blah blah blah. It's just some black people fucking each other up, which changes the movie.
But that doesn't But the element of all of that still exists. The reason they're in that house is because of that. They can still find a way to catch the Klans dude or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Take a little liberties. It ain't gonna be the same exact movie, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But I think that layer that you would be removing is something that a lot of people appreciated having in the movie. And that was always my stance, that if you took it away, a little change. But I think people enjoy that dynamic in the movie, and it made it deeper and it made it feel more true, like more of a wider lens of how all the parties moved in that time and not just like one group or two. And I think that was one of my favorite things about it.
That's funny to hear. The more you talk, the more Yellow's winning me over. You just pushing me.
Yeah, no, I understand what he's saying, but like, yeah, I would want if I have a movie in 1932 Mississippi Delta, like, yeah, I'm cool with that.
That does not
put it in another time period if you want to do that.
Right, but even in another time period, it's still gonna be the same thing.
Not necessarily.
I mean, because what it sounded like was black romanticism, like this black cohesive. Everybody was together.
That's what people are emotionally connecting to, I think.
Which is a lie. That's what switched me over to Yella. It's a lie.
Well, we all know it's a lie. It's the ideal. That's the whole point of the movie. Like, it doesn't exist.
I mean, but that's not the whole point of the movie, because even in the movie, it didn't exist.
That's what I'm saying.
Pulled out a gun on his cousin, saying, "If you don't do what I tell you, I'll shoot you." He pistol whipped him. Another black dude sliced another black dude across the face, cheating at dice. Then they all stomped them out to music.
Right.
Like, there was a lot of black on black stuff in
there
here.
There was.
And it's like everybody's like, oh, well, not everybody. You like the cohesiveness and the together. Everybody like the together. And I'm like, wait a minute, what togetherness?
The togetherness of them coming together at the juke joint to let their hair down as sharecroppers. In spite of all the shit. Like, that's what I'm saying. All those, I feel like all that stuff he's saying. Oh, I'm like that. All that stuff exists in this movie. I don't see the need. It's like the need to change the white people. It's like, why?
Yeah.
Why?
He's anti-woke right now. He's an anti-woke.
Well, if that's what it is, that's just what it is. I'm just I feel like the movie was balanced. There was a lot of everything in the movie.
No, because my argument is changing the character doesn't remove any of the aspects that you're talking about. You're saying that the vampire has to be white, or that removes all of the racial dynamic that they was dealing with. Mind you, that he bought a place from a group of white people that was coming back to kill.
Not all of the dynamics they was dealing with, the symbolism of what the whiteness and the colonization and the vampirism, the through line of Christianity, colonization, and vampirism. I'm talking about symbolism.
Right. But if it's all these
symbolized,
if it's all these different ways to watch the movie, why would you? That's what I'm saying.
I like the symbolism in that. So if you take it away, it's not going to be the same movie for me. I like the symbolism, the through line of those things all being connected.
I'm just saying, you are in a majority when you're saying that. That seems to be the point of the movie.
Yes.
They're all connected. They're all the same.
Yeah, people want that. Like, that's what's pushing me to the yellow side, because Bree is fighting so hard for that colonization angle. I'm like,
that's like the biggest symbolism in the movie.
Everybody want that. Like, why
it's in the script.
I mean, yes, it's in the script, obviously, because we watched the movie, so it had to be in the script. If it wasn't in the script, we probably wouldn't have saw it in the movie. So thank you for letting me know that it was in the script. But Bree, God, I'm sorry, it annoys me so much. Okay, I see what you're saying, Yellow. I get it. I get it now. Bree's helping me see, because she wants this colonization angle, and I know what she's saying is what you're feeling from other people, and it's like, oh my God, it's disgusting, and it makes me want to throw up.
Because you're not getting what you're asking for. I get it. It seems like you're getting a black horror movie, but you're not. You're getting a white horror movie. Because that's what it is. White horror.
Okay.
It limits your creativity.
I think black horror is white people.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Right.
It's black horror genre. I don't know what else you want.
Right. I mean, creativity.
It is creative.
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's 17,000 of those movies. That was my point. I don't know if you missed it. If this was the third movie, like that's Jordan Peele's whole. That's why Nope didn't land. That's why I was like, because
the ones he made that aren't that nobody watches, right?
Right, exactly. That's my point. Which is why him is probably gonna be the same shit. He like, nah, fuck that. We not losing again. We not finna not make no money again. White people, come on, time to blame y'all again. And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I mean, because I'm not.
I mean, I don't think you're cool with it, but I mean, if you don't like black horror films, man, I mean, that's great.
No, I'm not. No, I'm definitely not cool with the traumatainment.
Okay, well, the
That's
black
no like
horror genre as a film genre, subgenre, that's part of it. So if you don't like it, I would highly suggest don't watch it.
we're either the victim or we're the ones getting the payback. So it's this weird ass thing. Like I go to the movies to kind of there's a sense of just wanting to detach from reality, especially if I ain't watching a biography and no shit like that.
Okay.
Like if I was watching a biography, like a story of somebody's
you can
actual
always just
life,
go watch like a fantasy genre film and not black horror.
I mean, yeah, I don't. Hence why I probably haven't watched a lot of this shit because it just already seemed. I hear people talk about it.
Right.
Right. And it's not appealing because their whole idea of why this is good is because it's based around trauma.
Okay.
So that's just it's honestly just a kind of a pushback to you saying that, well, there's many ways that you can interpret it.
I mean, there still are.
Yeah. But it's written a certain specific way.
Okay.
Like it's meant to tell a certain story.
Yeah.
Because I mean, even my perception of it, I could just go watch some other shit then, is what I'm being told.
You can.
So
yeah.
So it's not really that leeway or freedom to move to have that type of open or wide range opinion. So if it doesn't hit you in the Kendrick, then this movie you probably shouldn't watch it then.
I mean, you watched it, it didn't hit you in the Kendrick, and you said it's a good movie. So I mean
it's a good.
Take that from that what you will. I mean,
it was a good movie because I had to pull myself up out of that shit. It was
a good movie.
And just watch something else. Yeah, I had to watch something else.
Okay, but the movie was good.
I mean, the movie, was good, but it wasn't earth-shattering. Y'all like, oh my God, I cried twice.
Yeah, it was so great. I enjoyed it. I did cry twice. It was amazing. 10 out of 10. I probably watch it again.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I can understand it being a good movie.
So you mad that I had an emotional experience from the movie?
I'm not mad at anything. I'm not mad at anything. Again, I was stating my opinion. Apparently, my opinion is the problem.
Oh, okay. I was to make sure.
Because I can tell you
why y'all had such a response to it. I just don't get it. Okay.
I mean, because at this point I was just making my point. It was being argued.
Okay.
That's why we're here. Like I'm saying, and that's my point. Like you have your view of the movie, and I can understand where you coming from in your view of the movie. I'm really not arguing it. But it seems like there's an argument as to why I shouldn't even watch the movie then. You can just go watch something else.
I mean, if you say
this ain't made for you,
then
yeah.
Why would you want to watch something that elicits that response from you?
Because it kind of translates to why we're at where we're at now.
Oh, okay.
We gonna be stuck there. Because that's basically all we can use to move forward. The only time we can get together is when hey, look at us. We've experienced racism. They not like us. This dude ain't black.
Okay.
Oh my God. We're oppressed. I would love to just go watch. We've seen all white horror movies. We've seen horror movies where the one black character got killed off in like the first 15 seconds. And we just seen none of the white people. And it was perfectly fine. All I'm asking for is the same story with a black vampire. Keep all the racial elements. Keep the Klan men, all the other shit. You can find a way, take a little liberties. I know it ain't going to be the same movie. But find a way to make that movie.
Those movies exist.
Now, to be fair, I got a feeling if they made the movie the way you said, you'd be mad the Klan was in it.
No, I'm not, because it's a 1932 movie. I'm not. That's not my point.
Okay,
see what I'm saying? Okay. Right. That's not my point. That's why I said keep majority of the movie as the way you can. They still buy the property from the Klan. The Klan still got the
problem with Remy being Irish.
I think it's just because of the attachment. There's a cultural attachment, and that's why earlier when I said I feel like the villain of the movie is blackness, I feel like that's what Yella is feeling.
And I don't feel like Remy's the villain. Like,
that's cool. But what I was saying was, I feel like what Yella is arguing against is because the general black person has some affinities and attachment to the idea and concept of blackness that prevents real life things from being touched, tackled, resolved. And it reflects in the way people, like you talked about, the way people interpret the movie speaks to them.
Mm-hmm.
And he's saying that the way people are harping on like this one thing, this need for this cultural like concept is speaking to something that he feels is problematic in black people, which I can agree. And again, and that's to the whole point of me. That's why I say I think blackness is the villain, because blackness is actually what held everybody back from doing anything productive in this film. Everything harmful that happened to the people in this film was either because they were black or the culture of blackness caused them to be harmful to other people. Whether it was jokes, bullying, threats of violence, all of the stuff that came with blackness and the stuff that we accept was so problematic, and it just becomes something that's almost glossed over. I haven't really heard anybody talking about the cousin he pistol whipped his cousin. Nobody's talked about he pistol and threatened his life. I will shoot you. But to me that just makes I think I understand what Yella's feeling. I just come at it from a more conceptual framework.
Yeah. I mean, they can exist. I get it. Just next time we want to make this one, can we make a different one too?
Nah, make this
like
one
make
again.
this one right. I'm saying make this one again. Yeah,
I don't need to
make
see
this
all
one
that
again.
other stuff y'all talking about. I
Make
just
this
think
one
it's just the
again.
reality of blackness. So
Right, make this one
You
again.
get antagonistic now for no.
Because like black people be violent towards one another. Right. That's part of blackness. I saw this as a black. I mean, it feels true to blackness. So I don't know. I don't know what you want.
That's the okay. Like what you're saying is true, and what we're saying is attaching all these positive feelings to that negative behavior is a problem.
Because there were positives in the film.
There were positives in the film, and that's okay. I'm gonna use 100 watts. I know he probably ain't listening, but and this is something you had a problem with it, but now that the domain has changed, you don't have a problem with it. So black people beat their kids.
Yep.
Corporal punishment, but not actually corporal punishment because we don't understand what corporal punishment is. We just call it physically abusing our kids. We call that corporal punishment. Now Watts was like, I'm glad I got beat. That made me the man I am. That disgusts you. Like that whole concept of the way we were all people were just proud about the way they were beaten. Glad it helped me to grow up and it made me disciplined. You was like, I can't stand it now. That don't make it all that stuff. It bothered you. So the positive attachment and association to negative experiences is something that you yourself and other people find problematic in the black community. And that's why we're saying in this domain, in this movie, that same dynamic still applies. Positive association to negative behaviors and outcomes is not a good thing.
Well, I feel like in the movie they all had negative outcomes. So I don't feel like the negativity that they showed was a reward for them in the end. I feel like the film was done through a lens of they're all sinners. Everybody makes choices and everybody reaps what they sow. So I don't feel like the movie was giving a message of like, oh, it's positivity. Now, I have positive feelings about the film because I emotionally connected to it. But the feelings that I had while watching the film weren't necessarily like happy or positive. So like, I don't know. It's a good film. I enjoyed it. I have a positive review of it. I cried twice during the film. Those are not positive emotions. Yeah. So I also don't feel like the film is saying that making these choices will turn out well for you because I don't feel like most of the people in the film had positive outcomes. Yeah. So to me, it feels balanced in that way.
Yeah, neither me or Yella said that the film shouldn't have given the message that it gave. He specifically, and I tried to reinforce it, we're speaking to the audience's reception. The positive associations. The movie itself is not an entity or a person that can have a positive association. So when I say a positive association of a negative behavior, I'm not speaking of the movie because the movie doesn't have feelings, and I know you know that. I'm just speaking to reinforce. Like, I'm not sure how you got to where you got to, but the audience positively associating with these negative behaviors, which is why I gave the example of beating your children, which I thought was a good example, but obviously it wasn't. Positively associating that, and then like because it's positively reinforcing these negative behaviors, and we're saying that that's problematic. I see a clear through line there. Now, it might be because you enjoyed the movie. It might feel like we're saying the movie is trash or something, or you're trash for enjoying the movie. I'm not sure exactly what your pushback is. Like I don't know what you're taking from our critique of the positive association of negative behavior, but obviously it's not what we're trying to convey. We're missing our mark in the conveyance.
Right. Yeah, I don't really get what the problem is. But for me, it's just because it falls into the realm of art. So I'm not really, it's just something I'm not like, okay, what do you want? Like, I don't know. But it's in the realm of like the film is in the realm of art. So I don't really kind of feel like, well, why couldn't it be this? Why couldn't it be that? I mean, I don't know. It is to me, it is what it is. So I'm probably not gonna understand. So it's okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't understand the lens. To me, it just feels like there is a feeling about black-white relations that is happening here and how black people perceive white people and how that still goes on today, even though maybe that's not the case. And like, it feels like that's part of the conversation. And so I don't really understand where the conversation is happening from, but that's what it feels like. So I'm just like, I don't really know what's happening.
Okay. Well, that's cool.
And it feels like that needs to be. I need to see that on the film. I need to see that. It's like, no, you can just see what he gave you, which was the time period it was in, and what was going on, and how it was for those people.
So, as an audience, y'all can ask for that type of movie, but I can't ask for the type of movie that I want to see.
Yeah, you can ask for the type of movie you want to see, but
apparently not. Right. I'm not right. I'm just making a suggestion of this movie. This movie already exists. I can't change this movie. I didn't have this conversation with him about it.
Okay.
I'm having a discussion about the movie.
Chat with the buds.
And I'm making an assessment of the genre. So all I said was it would be nice to see a movie like this. I still like the movie that I saw, not for the same reasons you like them. But yeah, it would be dope next time to see these elements still in play, but the monster be black. And then how do we decipher that? How do we deal with that? How do we handle that? How do you maneuver with that? Because before we get to everybody else, they're the first people that hurt us because they're the closest. The closest person gets you all the time. They're the closest ones to us.
And for me, I feel like, once again, we had that in this movie. So we had that with Smoke and Stack. We had that with when Mary came in and beat one of them. That was pretty early on. So right, I feel like we actually did a lot of we did get that.
Mary don't symbolize black. You want me to go back
like
to
Smoke? I'm talking about between the twins, though. That's why.
That's what I'm saying, though.
With Stack getting turned so early, Smoke wrestled with that the rest of the movie.
Right.
So I do feel like we got that in this movie.
We got black vampires.
Yeah, and the struggle of what do you do when it's one of your own?
Right. But what do you do when it's one of your own from the beginning? He knew he was a vampire. The only struggle is how do I navigate this? I know you're a vampire. That's not what I'm talking about.
So you talking about how do the black people infiltrate the other black people? Because
learn to sense evil. Then learn to sense if it's we need to learn how to sense evil. Then we need to learn how to sense it across the board.
Yeah, but
okay.
My counterpoint is I feel like we got that in the movie. And earlier when we were talking about Cornbread not noticing Mary being different, which he kind of did, but he just ignored it. Like, I feel like even if they were black, it would basically play out the same way. If they're familiar to us, we let stuff slide. If they're familiar to us, we don't pay attention to our intuition all the time. So I feel like it still would have played out the same, even more so if they were black. So I just feel like we got a lot of that in this movie already.
Yeah, let that white girl look in. They should have known better. No, it's
well, I mean, he knew Mary. He knew her, but when she pulled up on him, he knew something was off with her, but he just ignored it. Like, he felt something was off with her, and he still let her in because he know her. It's like, you know me, so it's like I feel like that would still be the case even if the vampire was black. So I don't know. I just feel like the stuff you're saying you wanted to see, I do feel like we got that in this movie. Because the white person was just how it got introduced at the club. But a lot of the time we were spent seeing them wrestle with seeing people they knew and people familiar to them get turned. So I felt like it still would have kind of ended up the same, right? Would it not? Or that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I do feel like the whole Stack and Smoke wrestling against each other the whole rest of the movie. It's kind of what you were asking for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Every year they do.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
What? Spunk you up.
Hello. Which why I thought it was great that Stack got turned so quick. I was not expecting it. I actually wasn't expecting him to be like the first black person to get turned. I don't know why, but it just was surprising to me how early it happened, like how fast it happened. But then after I watched the movie, I was like, oh, that's cool. He got turned quick. So we get to see the two opposing, the twins, kind of like it becomes wrestling against yourself, kind of, because Smoke wanted to join him so many times and like all that stuff. I just thought that was a good choice. Instead of making it just the twins fighting the vampire the whole time, we cheering for them, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. That was a good way to take it. I agree with that.
Because then it really didn't become, like, to me, it almost made it so that when we saw them as vampires, yeah, the white people brought the vampirism in, but because Stack got turned so quick, it stopped being that, like, when he got turned.
Mm-hmm.
For me, at least. It stopped being once he got turned. If it would have been them hauled up in there the whole time, and then like they just fighting the white vampires outside, maybe it would have felt more like that, because I don't really like, maybe it would have felt that way to me. But since Stack got turned so quick and it kind of became more of a wrestle of they own people trying to convince them and stuff, like Cornbread, and then they was outside dancing with him, and then Stack trying to convince his brother the whole time, like it kind of changed. It evolved in that moment into not being the whites versus the black. It was like the blacks versus themselves. Like, and so that's what I'm saying. I do feel, I'm not being facetious, like I do feel like the movie gave what you asked for. It just didn't introduce it that way. But I think it quickly moved away from that though.
Bree, respectfully, it didn't even come close to that. That's not what I asked for. That's it's not even close. I mean, it was a dope element for him to get turned and then have to be them, but that's not what I asked for.
Okay, well, because when you said earlier, you was like, it would be cool to see how they navigate, their own being one and like how they wrestle against.
Okay, Brie, are you missing the part where I'm saying like he's like the vampire is the first vampire is black? Like that.
No,
part.
I didn't miss that.
Yeah, but okay, right. So you're adding that's the only.
Yeah, so you just don't want the white man to be white because it make you feel some type of way.
Yeah, you hear me saying that?
All right.
that's what I like. That's what I'm saying. Like you keep adding every element into it other than what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's like, well, this vampire turned this, so I think you got what. That's not what I'm saying. I know we got black vampires because they damn near killed everybody basically. What I was saying was the bringer
was
of
even more violent.
The bringer of that evil would be dope if they was black. Would have been dope if Smoke would have been dope if Smoke was in the role of like what's his name? Fat Boy. Or even
what was that? What did you just say?
You know, Fat Boy, nigga. I'm fat. I can call you fat. It's just like niggas saying niggas. And I'm you in particular, but I can call people fat, nigga. I'm fat, nigga. I can say it. Other people can't say it. Cornbread. Shit. Right. It would have been dope if it was a situation like that. You know what I'm saying? Where they had the kind of people, or he was the one that went out instead of Mary, or something like that. He got bit in the neck because he went to take a leak or some crazy shit like that. All I'm saying is the initial evil being black would change the dynamic, and it still wouldn't remove the overarching feel, because the argument kind of went from taking away from the racial aspect of the timepiece to the vampire having to be a certain race, or it's not going to be the right type of story. It's just like, well, okay. That don't seem really creative, because we could tell that story anyhow, and it didn't really change when Stat got turned to a vampire. It didn't change that element, because it made him more of a sympathetic figure. Nobody was like, oh man, he's just evil. This is what he does. No, it was like, damn, white man got all of them. Cracker got all I had. Which I get. That's cool.
That's how it felt to you when you watched it.
No, because I was rolling my eyes by then. Actually, I was rolling my eyes by then, to be honest with you.
Oh, so that's how it felt to you then.
Yes, because yes, from what I'm hearing with how people was describing it, the people who speak about it like how you speak about it, he brought the evil, and everybody was. Like that? I mean, yeah.
I'm not,
because parts of your, but you're saying it as him being a key element in the movie is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. He's the key element,
right? And what he embodies.
And what did I didn't say he embodied evil.
All right.
So, I think that's your interpretation and your
right. And I'm also not talking about just your idea either.
Oh, okay. So you just talking about other people who I don't know.
I mean, I've been talking about it like that. So, but I'm also telling you that you think that some of your views are as independent as yours, and they're not. They also align with a lot of what people are saying.
Okay.
So if you don't want your opinion to line up with those type of people, I don't know what to tell you, because it's.
I mean, I just haven't heard none of these people, so I really can't argue that.
Right.
I just know how I interpret the movie. So if you say I said it, I'm gonna be like, I didn't say
that. I mean, a lot of
anybody talk about the colonization angle from the vampire.
No, I'm just saying when he's referencing, I don't know who he's talking about. So he might have watched 5, 10
videos. I mean, because honestly, it's been like it's honestly, I haven't really. It's more like I'm gonna reject everything that's coming out of this part of the conversation. So no, you can't hear what I'm saying.
Right.
You really can't. That's what I'm saying.
You're telling me what I'm saying. I'm like, I didn't say that. And you're like, yes,
I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I didn't say you were saying that. I said a lot of the other stuff that you was relating to the movie, other people have said.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to assume that if majority of what you're saying, if you're saying that the whole racial element is a big ass key to the movie, so then you have a lot of the same idea.
I enjoy. Right.
Right. So if you enjoy that layer and the other people enjoy that layer, why would it be so far-fetched to assume that y'all might kind of have similar feelings on it? I'm not mind you telling me that you don't, but you know what I'm saying?
Because I told you how I saw the movie and you just rejecting it. So
I'm not. I'm more or less arguing why I viewed the movie that way.
Yeah. That's why when you said it, I was like, is that how you saw the movie? And you were like, oh, I'm talking about other people. I said, okay.
I mean, I'm having my opinion of the movie based on how I saw it and how other people see it.
Right. So for me, I'm just asking who he was talking about in the moment, because I'm like, I'm not going to ask
you about everybody but
everybody else. Right. I'm not going to ask you more clarification questions if you're talking about everybody and not yourself.
Right.
So
and
yeah, that's why
I had made that clear at some point too. So like right, but you're still arguing those points that I'm making. So you either made the point, so you either feel that way, or you're just arguing the point because you don't like what I'm saying about it. So I don't understand that's this is the part that I'm getting confused with. It's either you agree with them and you're arguing that point, or you disagree with what I'm saying, which means you feel the same way they feel.
Oh, okay. I do then. I said, okay, I feel the same way they feel. I mean, I don't have nothing else to say. So that's it.
Y'all gonna make me fight.
All right. Well, I mean, because I don't want to feel like you think I'm arguing with you, saying you wrong. So I'm like, I'm not gonna say nothing because I don't know when we talking about everybody else or you or what. So I mean, I'm not talking to everybody else. I'm talking to you. We're talking about the movie, three of us. So when you start bringing in everybody else, I don't know who we're talking about, and I don't know what the talking point is. So if I start asking questions, you think I'm arguing against you. I'm like, okay, well, we must have been talking about how you feel, and then if that was the case, I would have asked you a more specific question about you. But you talking about them. So I'm like, I don't know who we talking about. So I'm not gonna say nothing. That's generally in any conversation where I'm gonna get annoyed, confused, frustrated, because I'm like, who are we talking? Why are we talking about everybody else? I don't know who those people are.
Yeah, that's the same problem we was having.
Or it feels like when I talk about a certain frame or lens or question, it's brought into how those people over there see the movie. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that collective is. Or like if you watch the FD, if you say like, oh, I watched the FD signifier and he said this, and a lot of people are interpreting like him, I would have some kind of idea of what frame you're talking about or what they said if I had seen it or whatever. But if you just say them, I don't know who that is.
So the video that I dropped earlier, and you said you were going to watch over coffee. She mentioned that the vampires were a form of colonialism or imperialism or whatever she said.
Right.
Can't remember how she phrased it. So that can take the place of the them.
Okay.
And does that help clarify it?
Yeah. But when you say the white people are seen as evil, that's where I'm like, what is that?
Aren't colonizers seen as evil?
Are they?
Brie, I need you to answer that one.
No, to me, that does not inherently mean evil. No.
Come on, bro.
So you don't believe on this planet Earth?
Come on, dog.
On Earth 616. That we're currently in.
Then we finna get back into the morality conversation y'all don't like to have with me. So,
could you tell me who doesn't think colonizers are evil?
I think people think the effects of colonization are bad.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because this is
that's why I said we're gonna go into that conversation. I know y'all don't want to have that. So,
because what it is, it's so funny though. I don't know how to address it. But it is that same thing. And I felt that I wasn't going to bring that up, but we landed there anyway, because it is the thing where generalizations somehow, for whatever reason, I don't know how, but it's like you were like we're rejecting them like voraciously. I refuse generalizations. Who's they? We don't need a they. It's a generalization, but it's cool. I've accepted that you're wherever it is, you're in a place where you do not accept generalization for whatever the reason, and that's cool. And I don't know how to address it. I don't know how to work with it, but I also don't know how to address it. So yeah, I'm cool. I'm good.
Yeah,
because we just gonna act like we wasn't calling Drake a colonizer last year.
Okay.
Right, and we haven't been seeing the idea of colonizer used in black entertainment in a positive way in a long time. Hell, they was calling what was the dude on Black Panther? Colonizer. They ain't even calling nigga by his name.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not denying that those conversations did not happen. I'm not saying that. That's why I don't answer, because it's like, colonizing happens. It has bad effects. People hate it. You asking me or you asking everybody else? Okay. Then when I say how I feel about it, y'all like, you can't feel that way. Okay, then stop asking me.
No, you got it, G.
Stop asking me. Thank you. That's what I said. Let's not go there. Did I not say that? Let's not go there.
You got it.
Okay, y'all wanted to go there, so here we are.
You got it.
I'm not mad. I'm amused. I don't understand. But
and I know y'all don't understand. That's why I was like, let's not go there. That's what I said.
Right. Clearly, we're the ones not understanding.
I know y'all want to understand it, but it's too triggering to get through the conversation. Then y'all can't hear me. So no, I don't want to have a conversation. I don't.
Right. No, I'm with you.
So yeah, that can be done. I'm not arguing morality because I know my idea of morality is different from y'all's. I get that. So I'm not trying to do that. I'm very matter of fact.
No.
Yeah.
No.
We don't have to take it outside of what it is. We could have the conversation there. Colonization happens. It sucks.
But it's
That's
not
the end of the
bad
statement.
or evil.
I don't have a judgment seat to decide where people go. So
Why does that add the layer of the cake that you need to have then?
It happens to me, and it happens to people around me. It happens to my ancestors. It still happens now.
Why is it the batter that made this beautiful cake that y'all call sinners? This is just so incidental. It would be sprinkles. It would be the candle.
I said it was a layer of the cake, so you decided it was something else.
Right. It's the cake.
No, I said
it's the layers of the cake. Right. It's the layers of
one out of 4.
It's the layers of the cake.
25%.
Right. 25%. The layer is the cake.
25%.
Whatever that lays at.
I said my cake got 4 layers. 25%.
Okay.
See how you reject what I'm saying? See how you reject what I said with my analogy? See that? Okay, that's why we can't have a conversation. Because I said 25%. I said a layer. I didn't say the layer. I didn't say all the layers. I didn't say the sprinkles. I didn't say the frosting. I said 25%. And you just decided it's the whole damn cake. And I didn't say that. And that's why we can't have a conversation. Because you need that white man to not be white.
And you need that white man to be black. So what are we talking about? Like,
you need him to be black. I don't need him to be nothing but what he was in the movie that Ryan Coogler made. That's what I need.
Y'all need them. Okay. Y'all need them.
You need something else.
Black. Y'all need white.
You need something else for your emotional tolerance for film. I don't need that. I don't need that.
Hey.
I can just watch the film that I got.
I didn't say you did.
Okay.
I didn't say you did. You don't have to have that. I'm glad you enjoyed the movie. I enjoyed the movie too. Here's what I didn't like about it. Wasn't an indictment of Brie. Now, how Brie feel a type of way about it, I don't know.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, trying to figure it out.
She can't tell us, man.
I mean, I've been saying it. So if you don't hear it, then that means you're not going to hear it.
Right. I'm trying to know
why you feel a type of way.
Yes, I have. I actually have.
So you told us
I've been communicating
why you're bothered that Yella has his opinion on the movie.
Yeah.
Because I didn't know.
Yeah.
That you would articulate it, that you actually had a personal offense to Yella having an opinion.
Determined that I have a problem with his opinion of the movie, and I said,
"No, you just said
I never said."
When I just asked you,
just said
when you kept saying them, I don't know who he was talking about the whole time. Every time I said something, you would say they or start talking about other people, and that's frustrating. So I've said that. I've also just said in my thing, I've said it was a layer of the movie. You decided it was the whole cake that I needed for that movie to be good, and that's not what I said. I've communicated throughout the things that you're saying wrong about my take. And then when you were like, oh, the white person, you said, I didn't say that. Are you saying that I interpreted that way? No, I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about them. Oh, okay. I've said it throughout the conversation. Have I not?
You said that stuff, but that's not what I just asked you. So I'm not, So I think, and it could be me. I'm not even going to voice that because that's me making an assumption. I will say, I honestly don't know how to resolve the issue because it's come up multiple times now.
Yeah.
On a movie date, it's come up multiple
we keep
times.
having the bumpy head thing, right?
Yeah, but it's like when we're communicating one thing, it turned into something else, and I can see it. I'm watching it happen. Now I'm watching it happen with Yella, and I'm like, how? And we're trying to tell you like, okay, this is what we're saying, and you're like, well, this is what I'm saying, and we're okay, we understand that, but it's like,
and I understand what you're saying,
right? And we get to the exact same spot because that's the exact same spot me and you got to,
right?
But we thought we understood each other. But
no, I said you didn't understand me, right?
Yeah, you kept saying that's exactly what's going on here. You still think we don't understand you. That it's the same dynamic.
And when we had the conversation and we finally got through it, you didn't understand me.
No, I did understand.
You didn't understand me, then we were good.
I did understand you. I just didn't agree with you.
Right. But I had said it earlier. Like, I think we just don't agree. And I had said that. But you were like, yeah, but I'm also not understanding you. So we still had to keep having the conversation. The same thing is happening here. So, I mean, that's cool. Like, that's fine. Like, we had a conversation. It is what it is. I don't think there's anything else to be said. We just discuss this movie further on the movie day. It can't be discussed. Like, if the conversation is like, I feel like there's always this other party involved in the conversation that I don't know, and I don't know what they think, and they're not here for me to ask them questions, so I always get confused. So.
Okay, right, but if this right, so that's why I don't understand why it's frustrating if it ain't about you.
Yeah, because they get brought in to counter what I'm saying sometimes, and I don't.
I mean, but we also try to inform you that some of your opinions lean that way too.
Okay.
So if that becomes the discussion, that also becomes the discussion.
Right.
That's still not a, you know what I'm saying? Still not. It's this weird thing where I'm understanding how you feel about the movie, and I get it. This is just my take of the movie.
Right.
Right. So I don't understand the layers of getting aggravated and being frustrated, even to the point to where now we don't understand what colonizers are. We don't understand that this.
I didn't say that. That's what I'm saying. That's the part that pisses me off. When y'all say it, when you determine that, because I have a different take on
it. When it turn right, but
I don't see them.
But that's also the point, Bree. That's also the point.
Okay.
We talking to you. And this is how most conversations go. Yeah, it's the three of us talking, but we're also talking about the conversation bigger than us. Because I also told you this, that your aspect of the movie being a vampire fan probably changes and skews a lot. Because everybody ain't in the vampire lore like that. So I can understand how this would be of a whole different, because you getting that and that. So this is all types. So I'm getting all that. Right. But you weren't the only one who consumed the movie. I'm not just listening to your opinion either. I'm taking in the totality of a lot of what people are saying, and I'm going by what the majority is saying. So when I speak about the majority and how I didn't like this part, and you defend it, then I'm naturally going to assume that you feel that same way as well.
Okay.
So then it becomes discussing your point. But it also feels a certain type of way because I'm simply saying, hey, would be dope if this looked this way. Well, that ain't what y'all getting. Like, y'all got real hostile. I'm gonna keep it a bean with you in just in joking or whatever. Y'all got mad hostile. You want it a certain way, but you can't get it. Right. Because I said, hey,
y'all. I got hostile.
You know what I'm saying? Not y'all. I'm talking about it's, you, Bree, you, and a lot of the people who was watching.
What they say in chat?
No, this person was that. No, the white person was this, and the white girl was this. It every time I said it would be dope if this, it was a deflect. Or you want it this way, and you. Either
Oh
way.
yeah, Jason. Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I saw Jason, the only one who said you wanted the way
Okay,
you
and it
wanted.
was a
One
reaction
person.
to
I
it
was
too.
like,
Right. I'm using that one as the example. I can't
I was
remember
just
all the
saying, if it
comments,
was
Bree, and I'm
y'all,
not
it was
going to
just
go back
him.
to.
It was just him. He was the only one.
I mean, it was you too, Bree.
Okay, me and
He
him.
wasn't the only one, right? So
Okay.
y'all, when I say y'all, I don't have. Oh my
Well,
god.
Rashawn initially thought it was him too. You were talking about him.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Sometimes when you make it's like, who are we talking about? That's cool. Like Rashawn initially thought it was him, and that's why he was like, "Hold on, I didn't say that." And then you were like, so then he wanted to know who you were talking about. And in essence, that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes you say a wide thing, and you're like, "Are we talking about me or like who we talking about?"
So switching frames throws you up.
It confuses me. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And then if I turn around and ask a
Okay, we
question,
can watch a movie with a gazillion signs and symbols coming at you, but switching the conversation is just
yeah,
too
when
hard
I'm having a conversation with, it's not just the switch in the frame, but if I come back and say who we talking about, and I'm seen as being facetious, or I'm playing, or I'm trying you because I'm saying who we talking about when I really don't know who we talking about, or I ask a question to clarify, and you're like, and it's like, okay, well, if I can't ask a question, then I just want to ask a question.
Right, but there's not enough answers to ask there's not enough answers for the amount of questions because there's no answer good enough to ask the question.
Okay, well, see, and that's
no
what I'm feeling.
Right, that's
so
what
then when I started digging my heels in,
right, because when I started answering, when I started answering, there's no okay. Let's work from there. No, it's you're wrong. Let me tell you why you're wrong. This is how it was wrote.
And
this
have
is
I
why you
said
wrote it.
you're wrong at all?
It's implied. Now, I mean, you may not be aware of your language and how it lands, but when I can recall 2 points where you're implying that we're wrong. Like one, when he said the movie, I'll even use one for me. Like when I said something, and you were like, "It's in the script," and I'm like, "Well, duh, it's in the script because we saw the movie." So like you're when you tell me something that's that obvious that this was in the script because it was in the movie and we saw the movie, it was the movie I shared with you. Like you're telling me something I'm saying is wrong because you're countering with me with, well, this thing exists in the script. So there's a counter there that's telling me something that I'm saying is incorrect because you need to remind me that this object or this person or the concept was in the script.
Right.
Then there was when Yella was talking. You were telling him like he keeps because that probably did hurt his feelings a little bit because it would have got me. Well, you don't have to watch it. Again, he knows he's an adult. He knows he doesn't have to watch the film. Like he knows that he never has to watch a film ever again in his life if he chooses to. So when you say that, it's more of a personal dig. It's more of an attack because he knows you both know that he's an adult. So if he chooses to or not choose to engage with the film genre or one specific film or one specific director, he knows he has that choice. So when you say that, you're conveying something else. You're not saying the obvious thing because everybody knows he can choose to watch a movie or not. What you're saying is, shut up about it. I'm
that
tired
was
of
after we've been having the conversation, and every time I ask a question, it's taken as I'm trying you.
I'm just letting you know how the language is landing.
Oh no, that was after that. That's after that.
I'm giving
when
you
I'm getting confused
there was no
about
after that because I'm giving you an instance. I'm
saying after I've already been confused of what's happening, and I try to ask questions, and it's being taken as an attack.
Okay, so once you're confused, which we don't know because we're not in your head.
Right.
Everything after that moment can be facetious. Or
no, it's like when I try to ask questions, when I know I'm confused, I will start to ask questions.
Well, that wasn't a point of a question. I was giving an instance.
No, I'm saying before that. I'm telling you how I got there.
It doesn't matter how you got there. I'm pointing to you if you care. If you care.
Right.
There's a behavior that hurts somebody. And if you care, you can listen to the behavior that you exhibited that hurt somebody.
Right.
And you can say, okay, now understanding how you got there, that's cool. You were asking questions, you felt shut down. That's how you got there.
Right.
That you got there. do you see that there was a problem with what you did?
Yeah, that's being snarky. Yeah, once I got there,
okay,
yes, and that's wrong.
okay,
And yes, I know I'm not denying that what you're saying happened. Yes.
okay, cool. So then the whole thing about the colonization is not evil or wrong. Now we don't have to litigate that. That's cool because we're not going to see eye to eye. You dug in your heels on that thing too for at least a few weeks.
Right.
That's cool. But it's denying the lived reality of everybody on this planet that has experienced, has talked about, and has tried to rectify, if they choose to, the consequences and outcomes that have happened because how wrong imperialism, what it's disrupted in people's cultures, their countries, the wealth that the countries have lost because it was stripped and taken. There are so many things that have been determined evils because they've also been labeled as war crimes or crimes against humanity. And you're saying it's fine. We're saying
I didn't say it was good. And I didn't say it was fine.
You did. You said it's not evil or bad.
So that automatically means I said it was good.
That's either fine or good. Bree, there's only
or I'm just morally gray.
That means it's fine.
Oh, okay.
That means it's okay. Morally gray is okay.
Okay.
That means it's not bad or good. It's fine. It's okay. It's in the realm of neutrality. Because it's not bad or it's not evil. So it's not adverse. You said the outcomes of it are bad.
Right.
But colonization in and of itself, even though all the outcomes are bad for a lot of people, it itself is neutral. For whatever reason, that's the stance you're taking. I'm okay with you taking that stance because you've done that on multiple occasions.
And it's fine if that's my stance and people find it offensive. It's not beyond me why people would.
Yeah. But I'm just it counters the accepted logic that most people will come to a conversation with. And when you make that very fringe opinion dominant and can't concede to the normal usage of the word, it's disruptive.
Well, only if it said that I said it. That's what I'm saying. If he said that you're just saying he's evil, and I'm like, I didn't say that. I don't feel that way. Then I feel like I have the right to say what my interpretation is. Now, if you're talking about generalized, then you can say that people see it that way. I don't know.
Right. When we were talking about the concept of colonialism,
right,
which we said was evil, and you were saying,
and I was like, I didn't say that. Did I say that? And that's what I said. And he was like, no, not you, everybody else. And okay, everybody else can say that. That wasn't my that's not. We were talking about the interpretation of the movie. So if you're going to tell me how I interpreted, then I'm just going to be like, oh, that wasn't my interpretation. No. But then if you say it's everybody else, then okay, that's okay.
I hear what you're saying. I'm not dismissing what you're saying. That was a part of the conversation. That's not the point that I'm speaking to.
That's when the evil came up, I thought.
Sorry, what was that?
I thought that's when evil came up because I had stopped him when he was saying
it. And there was a lot said, and perhaps I'm misremembering, but because this is not the first time that this has happened, I'm bringing in the conversation that you and I had, and the conversation that we're having today, and the principal idea that certain things can't be bad or evil is something that you've become consistent on. And I accept that opinion. But when you bring that fringe opinion to any conversation today or otherwise and assert it, not just say, hey, I don't feel the same way. That's different. Yeah. But when you could, every time somebody says something about it being evil, you assert your fringe opinion, it becomes disruptive.
It was disruptive. But every time he said that, I always thought he was saying that that's what I said. Or how I interpret it.
Okay.
So I was making sure that he knew or wasn't grouping because he was saying, well, if you arguing with me, you're agreeing with the group. And I'm like, well, you're saying the group interpreted this way, and I don't interpret it that way. So if you say in passing that I'm interpreting it as evil, I'm gonna stop you and say that's not my interpretation because that's not my interpretation.
Gotcha.
But then if you're saying because he said he put me with the group because when I was pushing back at him, I had a lot of agreement with the group. So then he's gonna assume that I feel the same way as the group.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, but I'm here and I'm gonna tell you that's not how I feel. So like that's where I feel like we kept bumping heads.
Yeah.
Because I had some things in common with the group. He's like, well, you must agree with them. And I'm like, I don't.
Yeah. Now that part was towards the end, and I do remember that because I was thinking, nah, I'm a side with Brie on that one because you and Yella are both very different on race than the average person. So I would not assume because you held that. I like the colonialism angle. I would not assume that you then held the same opinion as the rest of the arguments that would come from that. But yeah, I hear that point. But I got you. I'm clear now.
And I think I saw where the lines got crossed because it started when I was saying that I enjoy that layer of the movie. And then he started saying, well, that's the whole batter. That's the whole cake. And I was kind of like, are you saying that's all the movie is for me? And then we started going into, well, I can see why do y'all need that? That's like gross. That's disgusting. And I'm like, I said it was a layer. Like, and I said that I enjoyed that layer, but that's not.
And the point I was making is
the whole of the movie for me.
Most of the layer is cake. If we looking at a layer cake, most of each layer is cake. So when I said it was the cake, that's what I meant. Not the frosting, not the sprinkles. That's a huge layer of the cake. Even if it's one layer. Right, it's layer cake ain't this huge. You don't get this huge thick coating of frosting on it. It's layered cake. You know what I'm saying? But it's still cake, even if it's chocolate cake, vanilla cake, strawberry cake. That's why I say cake batter. That's why I was like the actual cake itself, not the cake.
And that's actually you rejecting what I'm actually saying, and it turned into something else. And that's what we gonna keep bumping heads.
And the way you confirmed it, because I asked you if one character was changed, would it change the entire movie? And you said yes. That element of cake that y'all enjoy so much that y'all needed to make the movie what it was would go away. Then you would just have frosting and sprinkles.
Well, no, you changed it, and that's what I'm saying. That's why we kept going back and forth. Because what if my cake was a Neapolitan cake and it had a vanilla layer, chocolate layer, and strawberry layer, and the part you're talking about is just the strawberry layer? If you take the strawberry layer away, then it wouldn't be Neapolitan anymore, right? It would just be a chocolate vanilla cake.
It's the entire cake. That's
okay, so that's why I'm telling Rashawn where we bump. You see where we bumped heads?
Yeah,
this is where we bumped heads. This is the ABC thing, right? This is the ABC thing.
Cake analogy, right? I made the layer cake analogy,
and I'm trying to talk into your analogy and explain to you what I was saying.
But she's seeing the analogy differently. This is words and picture problem. Like the ABC, you might have brought up ABC, but she's picturing ABC a different way.
Right. But that's why I asked questions to figure out what layer it was.
And I'm telling you.
Right. So when it came down to it, you're explaining to me that every layer of the cake is strawberry.
And that's why I'm going to tell you you're not listening to me.
Layered on top of each other.
It's a Neapolitan cake. How about that? Let me use your analogy. It's a Neapolitan cake. And that layer is strawberry. So if you take it away, it's just going to be a chocolate vanilla cake. And for me, that's not the same cake.
Cool. Okay.
That's what I was saying the whole time. That's what I was saying. Because I've said repeatedly that there's so many lenses through which you can look at this movie. There's like 4 different ways I said you can look at the movie. So if you take away one of them, it's just 3 layers. And it's
that's not how you describe it.
Well, that's what I said, though. I feel like that's definitely what I was saying.
You did. No, you didn't describe it like it was. When I asked you about how important that layer was, you said that you basically described it as removing the whole cake. That changed the whole thing.
The emphasis of your words gave it the feeling of if this was, you wouldn't want it.
Yeah,
if this thing was removed.
Why do I need a movie in 1932 Delta, Mississippi and take away the race dynamics? That don't make no sense. Sad movie in 2020.
Real quick. So this is the thing that you're accusing him of is you're doing the same thing because that's not what he said. He didn't take away the race dynamics. He took away one person's race.
Right.
He said the Klan would still be there. So the race dynamics would all still be there. But
they were just at the beginning and the end of the movie.
And that's fine.
Okay.
But they're still there. There's still racial tensions. There's still white people. They still drove by the chain gang and
So most of the white interaction with black people in the movie was in the middle with Remick.
So you said the Klan was at the beginning and the end.
Mm-hmm.
There's the chain gang that when Delta Slim yelled out, they shot off to shut everybody up. There's the on the street at the grocery store, not a direct interaction, but you see them.
There's no direct interaction.
There's white people at the train station. There's the introduction of Mary, who everybody thought was white. Then there's the specter of whiteness when people are talking about what you can and can't do. So whiteness was always present, even if it wasn't directly in your face. So, but I do get, you have the feeling that it's super important. It was for you that Remick was white because it introduced an element that you feel is really important. And Yellow's saying that it's not that important. And those are both absolutely fine things.
Yeah. I was just telling the point of contention started when I was saying that it's a layer for me. He just made it the whole cake. So I just was like, okay. I mean, that's not what I said. And if you keep trying to tell me that's what I said, I'm going to keep telling you that's not what I said. Because that's not what I'm saying. So that was it. When I started to see when my own words got transformed and I knew he was misinterpreting them and I tried to correct him. And he wasn't hearing it. They became sprinkles, frosting, everything else. I'm like, I don't know how we got here. I don't know how we got the sprinkles and frosting.
Okay.
Because that's not what I said. And I could tell that he was misinterpreting what I was saying. So I'm like, okay, I mean, you can misinterpret it, but every time you reference what I said or how I'm interpreting it, you're gonna be wrong because you interpreted it wrong from the jump, what I said. So every time you bring it up, you're gonna be wrong. So I don't know. That's when you start to feel like you're saying he's wrong. Yes, because you are wrong about what I said and how I'm interpreting it. That's when you start feeling me being like really like digging my heels in, like you're wrong. That's when you started feeling it.
Bria, honestly, I'm gonna be straight up with you. I couldn't have my opinion of the movie. Like I gave you grace and room to have your opinion of the movie. You also took it upon yourself to assume the role to defend a lot of the points that I was making. So you might not have had the entire perspective of the people that watched, but the parts that you was arguing are the parts that I assumed you agreed with. So no matter how many times that I tell you that I understand that you see the movie in a different way, you were still trying to tell me that my own independent perception of the movie was wrong. Because that's not how they wrote it. This is in the script. That shouldn't go that way. That's why I'm saying the response to me saying what I was saying was you didn't have to take it. You didn't have to take offense to it. You really didn't. Just because I took offense to my part don't mean you got to be offended to what I'm saying about it because you like the movie. I like the movie. That's just the aspect of that I wish would have been a little different because I want to see something different like that. The same way y'all been talking about y'all want to see different movies like this. We want to see these movies. We want to see these movies. Okay, well, I got an opinion as a fucking movie watcher to say the type of movie I would like to see and probably get my little critique on this. But there was an idea of telling me where I was wrong, how I've seen it this way, or maybe you just ain't informed, or this, that, and it's not about being informed. I accepted the movie for how it is. So no, there was no me having the same opinion on the movie as you was able to have. Because when I was like, okay, well, I see it this way. Well, that's not how they wrote it. And what do you mean this, that, and the other? And when I say they said it, then maybe that wasn't the time for you to defend it, but you still defended it anyway. So if they feel that way and you saying that they right, then maybe you are actually feeling the way they feel. And maybe you are in the they. And that's not my fault either, because I said they, I didn't say Bree. So there really wasn't no room for you to take it personal, defend it, feel like you had to stand up for it, tell me how I was misinterpreted or nothing, because that was just my damn opinion on the movie.
All right. I think everybody said their piece. So.
Yeah.
I had to put my headphones on. What y'all say just then?
He was just telling me that he had his opinion, and I was disagreeing with it the whole time.
No, I just missed like the last 20 seconds. I heard.
Oh, and I was just like, okay, everybody said their piece. I mean,
okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I didn't expect us to actually fight over this movie.
We fight over everything recently, so
yeah,
that's just kind of how it go. It always end up.
Always end up with butt stuff.
It don't end up with butt stuff. It ends up with an argument. That's like lately. It's just always how it ends up. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, we always end up in an argument lately.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know why. I don't be seeing what. I mean, I don't know.
Oh well.
Yep, we ain't gonna figure it out today. So, anyway, that's it.
I'm calling Esther Perel, and y'all both gonna attend, and we're gonna have a. What's that name of her show?
How we gonna call? We gonna have an Esther Perel. We don't need that level of intervention.
Well, nah, we gonna have an Esther. I'm calling Esther Perel or John Deloney. All three of us are either going on Esther Perel.
I think people have enough insight into the self to you can look back and be like, okay, this is what happened. This is where it went left, and this is why everybody's confused and not agreeing.
Yeah, no more group movie projects.
Boy, we've been arguing about everything. We was arguing with the Ryan, whatever. I can't even remember the man's name, child. What was the other people? Then we was arguing about something else. I mean,
me and you was on the 10K.
Oh yeah, the 10K thing.
Then it was the Joe Budden podcast.
And then it was the Joe Budden podcast. Me and Rashawn was bumping heads. And then we bumped head like even more recently. I can't even remember what it was. It was something else recently, but I was like driving. I remember that. So I'm like, yeah, it's been happening. It don't matter if it's a movie or not. Rashawn says I'm posturing differently, so I'm just gonna take his word for it.
Yeah, it's cool. I have to navigate it differently because generalizations are not landing.
Yeah, he said gender. Yeah, you told me why. I'm not
definitely not. G, I can definitely second that. That's the whole breakdown of this shit. No, real shit. No, that's the whole breakdown of this.
Yeah.
You took general way too personal, G. Yeah. Like you took general way too personal.
Yeah, I told you why. I was confused.
No, but that's the thing about it. It really wasn't that confusing.
You can't tell me I wasn't confused.
I mean,
you can't take it personal if I don't say Bree. I'm saying they. If you want to jump in, right? If you want to jump in for the defense of their opinion, then that's on you.
When you hear me ask the question, who we talking about right now?
But that's the point. But that's the point. That's the point I'm making. The general can't land on you because there's no answer to solve that. You still felt that way. I couldn't say them or not. I couldn't. You can't say them enough. You can't say not you, Bree, because okay, well if they, if it wasn't me, I don't. If it ain't you, you don't get it.
I might not.
Right. So that's right. If it ain't you saying it, you don't understand it, and anybody referencing anything that you didn't say, it's something that's either wrong or you don't understand it, or it's gonna be something that's gonna have to be like it don't have to always resonate back to how you feel about it.
It don't.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. That we can't have conversations like that.
Yeah. Like real quick, like I'm gonna just interject real quick. Like that right there, that point, like you said it don't have to relate to you, but it does because you don't understand it if it doesn't.
Yeah, if I don't understand, yeah, then
right. So when it doesn't relate to you lately, when it's
if I can't relate,
right, you can't converse about it because it confuses, and then like you dig your heels in, and then you start doing like dismissive or disruptive behavior.
I mean, if I feel like my questions are being like for whatever way they're coming off or whatever, it's not being taken well, then yeah, I'm just gonna nope out.
Nah, but forgive me, but you don't nope out. You'll stay in and just disrupt. Like that's the thing. Like it'd be doing things like, listen, I don't understand what's going on. Y'all kind of lost me. I'm gonna just listen, see if I catch up, or can you explain this? That's not what's going on. But again, I don't know how to. This is on my side. I have to operate from a new perspective because it's a blind spot.
It's so slow.
Yeah, I'm trying to internalize it because it's new. It's new, and it's like one of those things where you don't expect something to change and it does, and it's like, God dang it! So I gotta adjust. It's all. Gotta pivot. Pivot Podcast.
How would old me have reacted?
Old you was just fine. You dealt with generalizations. That's what offended me when I said you were trolling. When I said you have to be trolling, because I was offended because your behavior did a complete 180. Like, we all sat up and judged and made generalizations and understood what was good and bad. We did whole episodes of this is good to do, this is bad to do, this is right, this is wrong. Oh, they were really wrong for this. We did that for 3 years, 4. Then all of a sudden, there's no wrong. And I'm like, where did this come from? So I was offended because it was a complete ground shift. It wasn't like a subtle change. It was a complete 180. Because that's all we've done. The critical part of drinking is judging people and judging right or wrong. So it completely blew me when suddenly there was no wrong. I'm like, all we would do was sit the live when we felt something was wrong. Like, oh man, this is crazy. Live. Now ain't nothing wrong. And I'm like, this is crazy.
I still feel like we definitely make assessments until things are wrong. So I don't know. We just talked about it on Instagram.
Yes, Brie. That's the funniest thing. That's what really blew me, because the moment after you tell me it was one sentence later, Brie. One sentence later, after you said there is no wrong, then you said something to Yella, and you said, well, that's wrong that they did that. And I sat over here and I didn't say it. I didn't bring it up. But I was like, I can't believe she just said that.
Right. Because you also said Yella was saying that there was no wrong. When you said when me and Yella was agreeing, you and Yella both saying there's no wrong. You said that about both of us.
That might have been a misspeak. Because you're the person that slipped into there's no wrong. Yellow called something wrong in a minute. That might have been a misspeak.
Okay. Yellow, do you feel like I don't think anything's wrong?
I mean, I don't know what you think right now.
He told me I thought he was wrong. So I'm like, I don't know.
Like, real talk. Like,
it feel like I said he wrong. So I'm like, I don't know.
I got that whole thing. I got the whole thing what he was saying, because I seen how that went down. Like, there was this idea of the thing I'm seeing and he's seeing is just there's this. I don't know what it is. Maybe you finna be 40. You finna be 38 in a couple months. I don't know.
Don't do that.
That 40-year-old crash out coming.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Now 40-year-old crash out loaded.
But because it is. And I know that we dabble in the gray area, and I understand that some of our moralities lean a little bit, right? But there was this thing, and I know we was talking about because we was talking about ghosting.
Yeah, that's what Rashawn was saying.
Right. Now, let me point this out, because we only have this conversation out of love, and that's why, that's what sets us apart. Because I wouldn't care to have this conversation if I ain't.
Yeah, I've been tapped out.
Right. Yeah. Right. So that's what I'm saying. Anybody who watching this is family business. Y'all just happen to be watching this shit right now.
But not us arguing.
Go ahead, I'm listening. There was this thing where he was explaining how it's wrong on a certain level, and you hit him with you can't go to jail for it. And I was like, nigga, if you do that shit because you're trying to be like, oh well, it's not legally wrong, so it's not wrong. And we're like, yes, we know where that applies. That's not this place. Like, we're not, you know what I'm saying? And it was like a stay there type of thing. And it was like the idea of him saying that was wrong was like, well, there's no wrong, it's just accepted. I mean, yeah, but it's still wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's not, it's accepted because there's nothing you can actually do about it. But that does not remove the impact on what happens, and that's bad. So bad can't equal good. Bad can only equal wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, the effects of it are bad, even though we, you know what I'm saying, cool with it. Even though it's something we got to move. You can't go get no revenge for it. You can't go press charges on it. I get that. But there was like this weird thing where you was like, it's not wrong. It's just accepted. And it was like, just because it's accepted don't mean it's not wrong.
Yeah.
You know
what I'm saying? Colonialism today.
Right.
It's like saying smoking's not bad. Smoking's neutral. It's the health effects of smoking that's bad. Well, then it's okay to say smoking's bad because that's what causes the health effects. But you delineate it for whatever reason. There's like a strong division between the causal factor and the outcome. And the causal factor, you neutralize that. And then the outcome, you can determine that's bad. It's bad every time. The outcome is horrible. Nobody likes the outcome. It was detrimental to the entire world. But the catalyst, nah, that's neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can see what y'all are saying. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what to say. Like underneath that, I'm just like, yeah. Yeah.
It's nothing to say. I mean, like again, you stood on it, and you've been
say.
consistent for the last month.
I don't like to me that there's spaces where I don't feel like it's as binary as people make it seem, and but I know if people say it's binary, then it's binary. So if I don't say this, then I say that. Whether I say it or don't, then you're gonna say I said that, and okay.
What did you just say?
If I say it's not bad, then I'm saying it's good or okay.
Or so help me out,
right?
So like with that, just help me clarify that because I need to know. Other than good, bad, and neutral, I need to know what else exists.
Well, no, there's sometimes I'm just truly neutral, but that's not really. You said okay means
neutral.
You're okay with neutral, right? It means you're okay with it.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay,
neutral. It's passing. It's all right.
But that doesn't mean good.
Correct.
So sometimes I'm just truly neutral,
and I'm fine with neutral, which is again, and this is what I mean by I when I say you don't understand me, I just actually use the language of neutrality.
Yeah,
I said the catalyst is neutral.
I was just talking about earlier, like when we had the conversation earlier. And he was like, if it's not bad,
it's fine.
It's fine. Which is like good, okay.
Was that a question?
Yeah, like is that good, okay? You're pretty much saying you're okay with it.
Fine is okay or neutral.
Right.
So I'll reiterate that. Fine.
So yeah, in most of those conversations, like the ghosting conversation, like Yella was mentioning, yeah, I don't feel like it's good, but is it bad to me? No.
Yeah, it's just neutral.
On all the levels. Like, no. There's a realm of me that feels like there are certain things that just occur and people do them and they have bad effects, but on the other side, they also have unintended effects that could be good or unseen or changes the direction of things. Some things change directions on things so much that you couldn't even imagine what would happen on the other side to even say if it's completely this or that. So it's just for me, some things aren't as set. Like I don't look at it as set, and I generally don't feel that has to be established. Like why do I have to know? I don't know. I don't feel like I have to know or make a determinant. So sometimes I'm really just nothing.
So on that point, when you're having a conversation in reaction to trigger bait, what is the utility of being neutral?
I can have the conversation from my point of view, which is a more neutral one.
A neutral point of view is not a point of view at all.
Exactly. So then, I guess there's no conversation to be had with me then. If I'm neutral, then okay. I can't bring nothing to it. I mean, there seems to be like emotional neutrality and then morality neutrality. And like for me, those are more, they're not the same. Like just because you have an emotional response to something doesn't mean that is the determining factor of whether it is this or that. So if I have an emotional response to something, that doesn't inherently mean that it was wrong or bad or anything. So like personally, I may take it a certain way or feel a very strong way about it. Like something that triggers me, I'm going to feel strongly about it. And I'm probably going to feel strongly about it that it's wrong or this isn't the way it should be or whatever, you know, but that doesn't actually mean that is true. And there are a lot of things that seem me like, yeah, you'll get a strong reaction out of me. I know that. Like, there are things that trigger me. There are things I feel really hot about, and I'm just emotional about it. And I may express strong emotions or feelings about it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're true. Like, even the things I feel strongly about, that doesn't necessarily mean that on a higher level they are true.
But from
and
your
so if I'm
perspective-
emotionally outside of something, then you may feel more of that energy from me.
Okay. So I'm not sure exactly what you were trying to communicate there. So let me just ask you, can you restate what you just said?
No, that's like really weird. I don't know.
There's a part of it I understand, but there's a part of it that I feel like is irrelevant to what I'm saying. So I don't know if it's on me.
Because we were talking about the neutrality. You were like, well, if you feel,
because you're going to something about something being true, and I didn't know trying to. I don't know in any part of the conversation where we were trying to determine whether something was true or not. So that's what lost me, the true part.
Sometimes, I think we have the conversation, and if I have an emotional swing towards the good or bad, right or wrong, then I'll have a stronger stance on it or reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it may feel like I'm saying this is absolutely wrong or absolutely right or something like that. But if I don't relate to something or I don't have that emotional connection to it, then I think I tend to be more neutral about it. Like, if I'm outside looking in, I could be like in a more neutral space about it.
So, like, when we talk about ghosting, you're saying I myself, Bree, do not have a strong feeling about ghosting. So I, Bree, don't see it as right or wrong. Is that what you're trying to? Is that a
because when I if as a person who don't have a strong reaction to it, just as a general concept, or even having been ghosted, I don't have a strong reaction to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I look at it. I'm an outsider, kind of looking in, because it doesn't elicit any kind of response from me. And when I look at it, I don't see it as all one thing or anything, because while it happens, it happens so often in dating. People say it's happened to them. It's happened to me. Like, I've done it to someone. Like, it's such a normal part of casual dating.
Yeah.
That it's an expected part of casual dating. And so I would not file it under something that is completely known to be socially unacceptable. Because for me, if something really is seen as socially unacceptable, like I say, there are certain things that follow if someone does it. And then there's things that people like to pretend are socially unacceptable, but people do that shit all the time with no consequence.
Okay. So now even with that discussion, you've changed the language to socially unacceptable.
Yeah. If it's not by law wrong, then that means we have to shame people or socially chastise them for them to feel like it's wrong. If you're talking about like social stuff, like people would be musty if you didn't go outside and people was like, you musty as fuck, you stink.
People get shamed for being musty and they stay
in America.
Musty. Like, I don't know. I think that's what I came to on that very same day, was like the arguments that you were making.
Yeah.
For me, they were just an incomplete argument. That's what happened just then.
Because in France, they all musty.
Right, and you can shame them. I mean, just because you shame somebody doesn't mean they'll change. Otherwise, everybody be perfect.
But I mean, that's why I was bringing it down, and that's kind of where we kept going back, because I was like, society kind of determines it, or like social order or law, like a lot of times. And so in France, where it's socially acceptable to be musty, you're not gonna get shamed for being musty if you French and you in France and everybody musty.
Right.
You'll be musty when you come to America, and people like, what the fuck wrong with you? You stink. Put on deodorant.
I think you need to wash your wee.
They be funky over there, so it's not even considered musty.
Yeah, the crux of your argument is when something is normal, it can't be bad.
No.
Okay, that's what I'm hearing too.
Yeah.
I'm straight up with you. Like, you say because it's accepted, and
Right.
normalized.
Socially accepted.
Socially accepted
Right.
would be normalized.
Socially accepted would be normalized. Yeah.
Normalized.
So
Okay.
we all stop at the red light. It's socially
Okay.
accepted that we do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's
Right?
normal.
Yeah,
Right.
socially
So it's
acceptable
normal.
to ghost people.
So it's normal.
Yeah, it's normal, which means it's not bad.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what he's saying.
So that was my stance. Like even when we was at the ghost, he was like, "You don't think?" No, I don't. I think it's socially acceptable to ghost.
We still think that there are things that are socially acceptable or normal that are wrong.
Yeah, and I don't. Yeah, I'm like, if it's socially acceptable, then it's socially acceptable.
Okay.
So how can it be wrong if people cool with it?
So I'm gonna say that, and then I'm about to go make me a cup of coffee. I think the problem is that it's socially acceptable because going to fuck somebody up isn't. So the action
Going to fuck
isn't
somebody up is not.
right. The action itself isn't so much socially accepted. It's the idea of there's nothing I can really do that's accepted. It's not the action. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes it's not what's happening. It's just the fact that there's no.
Yeah,
You can't
there's
document a response
there's
to it, right?
nothing.
There's no
Yeah, that's what I'm
response you
saying.
can
There
do
is
to it,
no. Yeah, that's what. And so for me, that's where I stand. It's like I know people feel strongly about shit people do to them. Like I'm not saying that it doesn't cause people emotional distress and it doesn't cause like I never denied any of that stuff. But I'm like, you're not gonna sit here and tell me that. That's a whole bigger picture, but sometimes I think that is some of the problem with like how people navigate life, that they want to believe that people think shit is wrong or somebody's gonna come defend you or somebody's gonna save you or somebody's gonna do something about something, and it's like no, because it's socially accepted. How do you know? Because people do that shit all the time with no consequence.
Right, and
so it's like I understand what y'all are saying, but like to me, I'm just giving you the frame I look at it from. Like I'm really like I don't give a fuck what people say. I look at what they do, and I'm like, if nobody's doing shit about it, miss me with that. It's the same thing people would say with people say racism is bad, blah 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 blah, but ain't nobody doing shit about it. Okay, then I don't give a fuck what people virtue signal and say. Then I'm gonna look at what people do and what's allowed, and that's just me, and that's how I look at it. And I know that's not how most people look at it. So it's cool. And I'm not denying the people who are affected by that, like that it affects them. I'm not even denying that. I'm just looking at you. Ask me, black and white, do I really think it's bad? No. Because it's a lot of shit that we have collectively decided are absolutely bad. And I think there's a lot of shit that, depending on the society you in, is perfectly okay. It is not. So a lot of it, too much of it is too variable to me. For me to really sit up here and be like, yeah, that's totally wrong. It's like, how can I say that when you can go to another state and that should be okay? You can go to another country, that should be okay. You can go, like, how can I really say that? That's where I am. So maybe that's a shift I've had recently, but I just be like, yeah, y'all, you can miss me with telling people shit wrong when I see people do stuff every day. Or you go down the street, that shit okay. You take a flight, some shit okay. Okay, then, well.
Right, but if it ain't okay here, then it doesn't really matter if it's not okay over there.
Yeah, and that's why when we were having some of the conversations, I definitely was trying to find out where we was grounded. And I was like, okay, you talking about an American society? Okay, we can cook right there. Because I can say this is okay over here, that shit not. That's why I use the musty thing.
Right, but Bree, that's where it almost becomes condescending. Because where the fuck else will we be talking about you?
Well, it depends on the conversation. I was just giving just general principle so you can understand my principality. If I try to figure out where we ground in the conversation, that's why I be asking where we grounding this at. You talking about America? We talking about black people? We talking about the South? What we talking about? I don't think there's anything wrong with asking where you're grounding the conversation at.
No, I get it.
All right, I'm back.
Yeah, I get it.
I don't know why that's a visceral response. Maybe because I changed, and it's cool. If I changed recently, then maybe that's fine. But I don't see why it's like if I'm saying where are we grounded this conversation, like
that Bree, that wouldn't be a problem, but that's not what happens.
Yeah,
because when we'll try to ground the conversation, and you won't accept where we're grounding it.
Okay.
For instance, that very same day, I tried to ground it in the general, which was my mistake because now I know this today, as of today, generality don't work.
I don't know what that means. Yeah,
exactly. So when I tried to ground it, and what would the general person of any culture say?
Yeah,
they would all say it was bad.
And that's where you lost me, because you said general, but any culture, and I'm like, that's.
Then I said I qualified it. Find me a culture. Find me a culture in this world, in this universe. Find me one. Name it. Name it. You can do this. You can do this right now today. You never gave me an answer because you can't. I want you to name me a culture, and anytime. You can go back to time immemorial if you choose to. You can even name one in the future if you have that kind of foresight. Name me the culture. What country? What year? Where it was socially normal and seen as good or neutral to ghost somebody. Now, it's definitely not that way in America, even though you say it's socially acceptable.
Yeah.
People cry online for being ghosted.
And that's why my perspective, there's no room for my perspective in your perspective. So, like, yeah, you say if people have a bad response to it, then that takes away.
Because they're perceiving, if you're having a negative response, right, that means you perceive it as what, Brie?
Yeah, I said it affects people badly. I did agree.
So if it affects people badly, that means they see it as what, Brie?
Yeah, from their point, yes. I also agree with you when we had that conversation. I said, yeah, of course they see it as bad because it happened to them. Yeah, so I said
that's the framing. And when I grounded it there,
yeah,
you refuse that. And because like you just said a moment ago, there's no room for my perspective in your perspective. If your perspective can exist, then you won't allow the frame to exist.
No, I can understand yours.
That's what you said that day too.
Yeah,
but you still allow it to be grounded there.
Right.
So you may understand it, but you also can refuse it. You can understand the thing and say no to it, which is what happened through behavior.
Okay.
Because every time I'd settled it there, anybody on this earth right now, if they were ghosted, would say that there was a bad thing that happened to them. They didn't like it. They wouldn't say it was good. They wouldn't say it was neutral. They wouldn't say, that was nothing. Because they expected to have contact with somebody. That should be easily, like this is the same problem. I'm going to have the same problem Yellow had earlier. That should be easily understandable. Right. I could talk to a 6-year-old and they would be able to understand that. Now, I'm not calling you a child. What I'm saying is something in your frame has shifted, or something that was easily understood has now become confusing or problematic. I don't know what that shift could be. But that's the thing.
I can kind of see what y'all talking about. Yeah. And I mean, I've always agreed that maybe my view has shifted in some way that I can't perceive. Yeah. And I'm willing to say that. But I was just explaining to Yellow when you was gone, kind of like why I have that view.
Yeah, I was listening.
It's a very like action, like what do people actually do kind of stance.
Yeah.
And that's kind of
if that's the thing, if what people actually do is the requisite for what's good or bad, then we've got a whole nother set of problems. And if it's what the law says is good or bad, then how do they determine what should they make laws about? At some point, there's a place where humans determine what's good or bad before law or before behavior.
Right. Yeah, I agree. That's why I look at how people respond to things, and like socially, not just the person who it happens to. Like I just look at how people in each group respond to the behavior, and that's kind of what I kept saying. So I mean, it's cool. Like I
like you, like even that right there. Explain to me how you just said makes any sense.
Yeah.
Because if everybody, like you said, either how people in the culture express it, or how
the people within the structure respond to the person doing the individual that's considered bad, right?
Something like
the group, the community, how the community responds to the thing.
So how the community responds to this one individual's hurt?
To not only the person's hurt, but to the perpetrator of the hurt.
So do you think
That's what I think
if
that
somebody knows somebody ghosted somebody else,
they don't
they
care.
look at you don't think they care?
No.
Okay.
Your aunts, your friends,
So
your
what if they
family, you're not
somebody
gonna
that
be
you cared
shunned for
about?
that.
What
Huh?
if they go to somebody you cared about?
If
You know
they
both
ghosted.
people. You know both people.
Yeah,
But one person that you know ghosted the other one.
yeah. I'll be like, oh, that
You don't think they
sucks.
care?
I'll be like, oh, that sucks. I know that sucks for the person who was ghosted, but no, I'm not gonna feel compelled to go confront the other person about it. No.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Now I run the risk because I'm bringing something private public.
Right.
You recently ghosted somebody, and you're
Yeah.
believing that you're going to have a negative interaction because of that. Do you
Right.
still have the same opinion?
That was I wrong? No,
Okay.
I wasn't wrong. I don't feel like
Well,
I was wrong for my decision. I understand that she ain't gonna like it. And
okay.
her emotional response to my decision is probably not positive. And if she
And
were
then
to
you
talk
say,
and if she were to talk to me, she probably would express her displeasure with what I did.
okay. And then you also say, if they did say something to me, I'm
Yeah.
going to bring up how they ghosted me.
Right. Only yeah. If you try to say, oh, you're just so wrong and I'm condemning you for it, I'll be like, well, you also did the same thing. I mean, you do the thing you're saying is wrong. So then do you really believe it's wrong? Or you just don't like it, it's just wrong when it happens to you?
So you're fine with ghosting as long as nobody says it's wrong when you do it.
But I just think ghosting is a part of dealing with people. Like some people don't directly tell you things and they just do it. And
Right.
that is
A lot
part
of
of it.
things are part of dealing with people. Like
Yeah.
getting cussed out can be a part of dealing with people. Getting sexually
Yeah.
assaulted is a part of dealing with people. Getting punched in the nuts can be a part of dealing with people. There's lots of things that are part of getting run over
Mm-hmm.
can be a part of dealing with people. Getting stabbed can be a part of dealing with people.
Right.
There's a great number of things that can be a part of dealing with people. But if they happen, why? Well, it doesn't matter. I
don't feel like what I did was wrong, even though I ghosted her. I don't feel like it was wrong. Even if she has a bad reaction to it, especially because she did it herself. So that's why when something like ghosting, where most people have ghosted somebody in some way, people have no call, no show jobs. People have not shown up to places they said they was gonna be. People do that.
And what do they call those people?
What do they call those people?
I'm gonna say the job thing is actually
right.
It's not
a no call. A no call, no show is a negative.
Yeah, you could be fired from a job for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like that. It's just,
but have most people probably done it in some way or another. In some
and that just goes back to, I mean, you'll
yeah. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of people, and that's why I was telling Yella, a lot of people say shit wrong that they themselves do all the time.
Yeah, but the trick is that it's wrong because it's still wrong, right? It's still wrong, regardless.
We're just doing wrong.
Right, so just because you admit to doing it, or just because you call something wrong that people do all the time, don't mean it's wrong. People drive, people, you're wrong if you drive 5 miles over the speed limit. People do it all the time.
It's unlawful.
Right.
I do it all the time.
Don't mean just because you don't get caught, don't mean that one time you get caught, you ain't gonna get a fucking ticket. So just because you ghost and you think it's okay, don't mean that person see you and then smack you over the head with a bat that you ain't have it coming. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I stole money from an employer. It happens all the time.
Right.
All the time. They told me I was wrong.
And I'm not like that, and that's why, like, for me, yeah. I mean, I get it, but it's just like I don't feel the need to, like, life will show you wrong, which is a lot of like how I interpreted the movie. So you stole from them people, it came back on you. So you can choose to do whatever you want, and shit will come back on you, and sometimes it won't. And ultimately, that's why I don't have to know if it's right or wrong. I don't know. It's just a space I've just landed in.
Yeah. And I accept it. That's what I was saying. I accept it. I just have to move different. But thank you for allowing the conversation to continue.
Okay.
Dad, what's that mean?
Nothing.
Nah, it meant something.
Sick of your ass. Man, end this damn live, man.
Right.
I'm
Bye.
not fucking with her no more.
You can end it. Press the stream button. Press it. Bye.
Yeah, victim. You can't press
the goddamn button. Press the goddamn button. This sounded like a